From Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to yet another impromptu stream on this Friday afternoon in the Western Hemisphere, and late in the evening over across the pond in the UK and Europe, and gosh, getting into early morning the next day, the further east you head in the world. Especially towards Japan. But welcome in, everybody, no matter where you are in the world. I welcome you all here to Castle Rexworth. I welcome you here to the stream. And going to be doing some more video reacts. I haven't yet decided what game I want to play. I don't know if I want to do Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii again. Maybe we'll do something different. Maybe we won't. I'm really not sure. Take a look at the... we'll take a look at the... Steam library, and we'll find something. I'm actually thinking this might be a good time of year to do something like Deus Ex Human Revolution. Last Deus Ex game we played was Deus Ex Revision, which is a sort of fan remaster remake of the original Deus Ex. Damn sight better than the actual Deus Ex remaster that's going to be coming out soon. And, yeah, might do Human Revolution, Director's Cut version. That one was a pretty good title. And, yeah, we're just going to enjoy ourselves, going to do some reacts to the news. Might not go so heavy on the politics this time. Definitely going to do a lot more travel videos. And I want to talk cars. I want to talk cars with people. Because we do have some car news that is a little bit political in nature, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Also, let's see, as far as UK politics goes, got a video here of Rupert Lowe sitting down with Tucker Carlson. That one should be interesting, and it's under an hour, so it might take us a while. But we'll look at it. We'll look at it. Good news, I know nothing about cars. Well, then, my knowledge should astound you. And you might actually think me the second coming of Jeremy Clarkson or something like that. I don't know. But anyways, welcome in, everybody. Jade Peppermint, welcome in over on the Twitch side. K-Double-Diz, welcome in over on Kick. We are simulcasting across Twitch, Kick, and YouTube, as per usual. And remember that you can... Nocturnal Nomad, welcome into you as well. Hello, hello. Remember, everybody, you can find all links at on the website lordrexworth.com. Let's go ahead and do all of that here. There we go. All links available at lordrexworth.com. Go ahead and post that across. Snacklefox VT, thank you for the follow. Actually, I need to move this alert window here. Let's move you. Let's get you a bit askew there. Press it out here. Yeah, that's good. That works. That way everybody can see new follows, new raids, and my golden head of hairs not blocking that. I used to have to really fiddle with the alignment of my model versus the alert box. Whenever I picked up a follow, somebody subscribed, or somebody, you know, gifted bits or kicks or whatever, whenever we got a raid, it was quite a precision job getting the head of my model aligned just so to where you could still see the alert box, but head was sort of starting to peek over that. And finally, not too long ago, I just gave up on all of that and said, no, you know what? We're moving the alert box over to the left-hand side of the viewer's screen, and that way it's unobstructed, and it's, you know, perfectly aligned with the top left-hand corner of the screen, and we are just going to leave it at that. It's just easier and cleaner and just more effective that way. Anglo, welcome in. Maybe we should fund you to get the Great Rebellion on Steam for the Christmas present. Well, that would be lovely if you are so inclined. That may be going forward, at least for the immediate future, the way I afford any games. It's it might end up being, admittedly, a lean Christmas around here this year. Just because fluctuations with the job and whatnot. Anyway, I won't burden you with my problems, and I won't trauma dump. But yeah, probably looking at a lean Christmas this year. Unfortunately, a lot of people are. Those of you who know some people that are really struggling now more than ever, please open your hearts, open your wallets to those people who are in need, especially around this time of year. That's all I can say. Just do it for them. If not for them, then for some sort of satisfaction you get for yourself. Do it for God. Do it for the greater good. I don't know. Find a reason, but please, look after those in need. Especially around this time of year. Hell, I could do it all myself. It's 16 quid here, so about $20 where you are. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. But do not feel that you have to do that sort of thing, Anglo. Like I always say, take care of yourself first. Take care of your bills and expenses first, before you go spending money on talking anime people like me. But yeah, all links at lordrexworth.com, lordrexworth.com. Also make sure that you're following me over on X, formerly Twitter. Going to change that up because I don't think the twitter.com links are working anymore. But there you have it, everyone. x.com/Lord Rexworth. Please give me a follow. I'm trying to get up to 1,000 followers rather on Twitter. Nearly there. About, let's say, about 20 shy or something like that. I'm going to check my follow numbers lately. Now we're at 982, so just under 20 to go. Sure, we can do that before the end of the year. But yeah, do give me a follow over on Twitter or X, however you prefer to call it, because yeah, the application formerly known as Twitter, because I do post things over there, do my fair share of shit posting as well. In fact, had you been following me, you probably would have seen on your timeline neat little picture that I made with the help of AI, turning Rupert Lowe into the Chad meme. I gave him the Chad chin, and I thought that was rather amusing. Well, yeah, apparently the Rebellion is 70% on Steam right now, though maybe it's only on my side of the pond. 4 quid, $7 for you, I guess. I haven't checked it myself, but I'm sure that's right. And Phalanx, welcome in. It's good to see you. How are you? And then, let's see. Yes, for those of you who have not joined as well, do join the Castle Rexworth Discord. Keep up with me and the rest of the nobles whenever I'm not streaming. Just last night we had a little bit of a hangout. Wasn't really feeling up to streaming last night, so decided to hold off, but did have some energy to post a sort of chill hangout where we tend to just play some music and get some travel views of places from around the world. Mostly we just do Japan walkabout videos. Did you see J.K. Rowling, of all people, ratioing Yara on X? I heard about that. We've got a video there in the tabs. We'll get to it. It's there amongst the myriad of tabs. Talk of which, Yara got owned. When you when you go up against somebody like J.K. Rowling, you don't stand a chance. You really don't. I mean, not unless she starts babbling on about immigration, which she's historically had L takes on all of that. But anyways, let's get to it. Let us do the news. Casey the Goonet, welcome in. I remember your name. It's hard to forget your name. How is life in the world in the realm of the Goonet? But thank you for the hydrate, Redeem. I mean, let's just be fucking real. We're all, at least on some level, a little bit of a gooner. On some level. Just a little bit, at least. It's okay, how are you? Doing alright. Doing alright. Glad to be back. Glad to be here, able to stream for at least a few days. Before I have to head back out on the road for a little while. And, yeah. Just happy to be spending time with all of you. And, yeah. But really good to see you, Casey. Welcome in. Always happy to welcome in the Gooners and the Goonettes from the cold. Anyway, let's see. Where is my window capture here? Let's see. There we are. Ah, good. You've got the. I see you've got the link there for the Discord. Be sure to join, Casey. Thank you. Right. Let's start with something from Substack, The Dissident, and we've got a bit of a sea change with what we know as the globalist American empire. There's a new White House National Security Strategy paper, and it's officially calling an end to the new Cold War with Russia. This is big. This is huge, as the president might say. Trump White House just released the new official National Security Strategy of the United States of America document, which contains the following, quote, American strategies since the end of the Cold War have fallen short. They have been laundry list of wishes or desired end states. They've not clearly defined what we want, but instead stated vague platitudes, and have often misjudged what we should want. After the end of the Cold War, American foreign policy elites convinced themselves that permanent American domination of the entire world was in the best interest of our country, yet the affairs of other countries are our concern only if their activities directly threaten our interests. The document calls for an economic war with China while moving away from Africa and the Middle East and focusing American foreign policy towards South America and reasserting and enforcing the Monroe Doctrine to restore American preeminence in the Western Hemisphere. Well, there's always an easy and quick way to warm up in the cold. Helps if you're a man, of course. Yes, there's a couple of ways. Of course, if you've got a flask with you, a nice libation, that'll do. Joined your server, ignore my Discord banner. But alright then. The most drastic shift in American foreign policy in the document, however, is its announcement of an official end to Washington's new Cold War policy towards Russia. Finally, the document writes, quote, It is a core interest of the United States to negotiate an expeditious cessation of hostilities in Ukraine in order to stabilize European economies, prevent unintended escalation and expansion of the war, and re-establish strategic stability with Russia, as well as to enable the post-hostilities reconstruction of Ukraine to enable its survival as a viable state. Finally, someone says it. They are basically saying it cannot go on in Ukraine, the conflict with Russia. It's causing too much instability to European economies in general and has the potential to go nuclear. We don't want that. And in fact, it is to the advantage of everyone in the world that the United States and Western powers have peaceful relations with Russia, and possibly good trade relations with them. The document notes that the Ukraine war has had the perverse effect of increasing Europe's, and especially Germany's, external dependencies and adds the Trump administration finds itself at odds with European officials who hold unrealistic expectations for the war, perched in unstable minority governments, many of which trample on basic principles of democracy to suppress opposition. In other words, the rest of Europe is clamoring for war with Russia. They can't afford it. They don't have the manpower. They don't have the firepower. And governments in Europe, not very popular right now with the people. And they're oppressing the people. And the genuine parties that want peace and good relations with the rest of the world are all branded government agents of Russia, and they are suppressed. I saw earlier today there was at least one, I think it was Martin Sellner, who was tweeting about it. Probably find it. There we are. Hopefully he's got it in English. If not, we can... Perhaps it was from yesterday. Oh, here we are. Yes, this was from yesterday. Alternative for Deutschland, or AfD members, have been excluded from the election for mayor in Rhineland-Palatinate. A candidate for mayor in this region has now proven in writing they are not a member of the AfD. Germany's most popular party is being treated like a terrorist organization. Roberto Kiefer may be blocked from the March 22nd election because the Interior Ministry lists the AfD alongside Al-Qaeda and Hamas, while violent Antifa groups are nowhere to be found. Germany is a simulation of democracy. Ray Idle, thank you for the lurk. Europe wants to be liberal and still bans trans people from cricket. Yes, they do have a tendency to want to have their cake and eat it too, don't they? The broad policy for Europe laid out in the document calls for re-establishing conditions of stability within Europe and strategic stability with Russia, and ending the perception and preventing the reality of NATO as a perpetually expanding alliance. This strategy, if actually followed through on, marks an end to America's new Cold War policy towards Russia since the fall of the Soviet Union. This policy began in the late 1990s with the expansion of NATO membership eastwards. It was George Kennan, one of the lead US diplomats during the Cold War, who warned NATO expansion eastwards would be the most fateful error of American policy in the entire post-Cold War era, adding that it would be expected to inflame the nationalistic, anti-Western, militaristic tendencies in Russian opinion, to have an adverse effect on the development of Russian democracy, to restore the atmosphere of the Cold War to East-West relations, and to impel Russian foreign policy in directions decidedly not to our liking, and that this view is not only George's alone, but was shared by a number of others with extensive and in most instances more recent experience in Russian matters. Kennan warned that NATO expansion would have been the beginning of a new Cold War, adding the Russians will gradually react quite adversely, and it will affect their policies. I think it a tragic mistake. There was no reason for this whatsoever. No one was threatening anyone else. This expansion would make the founding fathers of this country turn over in their graves. Kennan accurately predicted, of course, that there's going to be a bad reaction from Russia, and then the NATO expanders will say, "We always told you that is how the Russians are, but this is just wrong." Despite this warning, NATO expanded to the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Poland in 1999, and in 2004 with Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, and Slovenia. US tensions with Russia got far worse in 1999 after the Bill Clinton-led NATO bombing of Serbia and Kosovo, leading to the balkanization of the former Yugoslavia. Noam Chomsky noted high U.S. officials confirm it was primarily the bombing of Russian ally Serbia, without even informing them in advance, that reversed Russian efforts to work together with the U.S. somehow to construct a post-Cold War European security order, adding that the reversal accelerated with the invasion of Iraq and the bombing of Libya after Russia agreed not to veto a UN Security Council resolution that NATO at once violated. Russia played by all the rules, and the West proceeded to break all the rules, thinking they could just do so with impunity because they won the Cold War. You cannot win against Russia. They will survive no matter how much it is scared and no matter how much it is scarred and scorched. Yes. We have seen a sort of testing of the abilities of the Russian military with the conflict in Ukraine. And the best that anyone can hope for is a stalemate. But a stalemate is no victory. Much the same with the First World War. It wasn't so much a victory for Allied powers, it was more just a stalemate, and people realizing this has gone on long enough and this needs to stop. The secret of politics: make a good treaty with Russia. Otto von Bismarck. Yes. So much of all the aggression that we've seen against Russia is just centuries-old imperialist designs of the West just wanting to conquer and loot Russia of its natural resources. Just the greed and desire to take things by force, when they're happy to give them away, but a price. A fair price. As long as you have a fair deal and you uphold your end of the bargain, they're actually a very pleasant people to deal with. But you violate that trust, it can be very hard to get it back. Russia is also the only nation in history where self-described National Socialists will fight alongside self-described communists as brothers. Look at Black October for more. Other nations wish they had the sort of tribalism and nationalism that Russia has. Yes. Yes, Russia is a far more tribalist society, much more diverse society than what is presented. And yet, they make it work. Although, like a lot of diverse societies, they have to go in the authoritarian route in order to get that. The new Cold War ratcheted up even more after the 2008 NATO summit in Bucharest, where NATO officially announced that NATO welcomes Ukraine and Georgia's Euro-Atlantic aspirations for membership in NATO. We agreed today these countries will become members of NATO. All of this was a mistake. All of the former Soviet territories should have just been never welcomed into NATO and just sort of kept as almost like a neutral zone of sorts, or a demilitarized zone. NATO should never have expanded beyond its original boundaries, but at the same time, anyway, let's see. Sorry, chat. I've got a dog that is going absolutely ballistic over here. Anyway. As William Burns, then U.S. ambassador to Russia, who later became director of the CIA under Joe Biden, noted at the time, Ukraine and Georgia's NATO aspirations not only touch a raw nerve in Russia, they engender serious concerns about the consequences for stability in the region. Not only does Russia perceive encirclement, I mean, NATO expanded eastward right onto their borders. That perception is quite accurate. And efforts to undermine Russia's influence in the region, but it also fears unpredictable and uncontrolled consequences which would seriously affect Russian security interests. Experts tell us Russia is particularly worried, with strong divisions in Ukraine over NATO membership, with much of the ethnic Russian community against membership, could lead to a major split, involving violence, or at worst, civil war. In that eventuality, Russia would have to decide whether to intervene, a decision Russia does not want to have to face. Then again, the only thing I like about NATO is the bullet. I like M4s, yes. Then again, if you wanted none of this to happen, you should have actually supplied the White Russians against the Bolsheviks. So much for the Western crusade against communism, but even just try to avoid World War I altogether. Yes, World War I, that was a classic example of why you don't make too many entangling alliances with people. It just set up a gigantic chain reaction, and once those dominoes started falling, then all of a sudden you've got everybody shooting at everybody else, and you have the entire world at war. William Burns' prediction came true when in 2014 the US backed a coup against Ukraine's elected president Viktor Yanukovych and installed a puppet government more hostile to Russia, which included members of formerly fringe far-right parties and groups. Ukrainian political scientist Konstantin Bondarenko noted, the West, however, did not want a Ukrainian president who pursued a multi-vector foreign policy. That was what Yanukovych was doing. The West needed Ukraine to be anti-Russia, with clear opposition between Kiev and Moscow. Yanukovych was open to broad cooperation with the West, but he was not willing to confront Russia and China. The West would not accept this ambivalence. The West needed a Ukraine charged for confrontation and even war against Russia, a Ukraine it could use as a tool in the fight against Russia, noting that this was why Western politicians, diplomats, and civil society representatives actively supported the Euromaidan, or the coup against Yanukovych, as a mechanism for overthrowing Yanukovych, even as far as providing financial support for the revolutionary process. That's how you got the current president in charge of things over there. Started out as an actor pretending to be at war, and then all of a sudden, he was at war. Oh, thank you for the lurk, W's. Thank you. As Burns predicted, the coup led to a civil war in eastern Ukraine between Russian-backed separatist rebels and the new anti-Russia Western-installed government. Well, eastern Ukraine, otherwise known as the Donbass, has always been ethnically Russian land. Actually, pretty much all of Ukraine has been. It was separated out as part of some sort of political compromise during the days of the Soviet Union. But the Donbass region has always been home to a majority ethnic Russian population. So, it almost stands to reason that civil war would be an inevitability, at least in that part of the country. In 2019, Vladimir Zelensky ran on and was elected on a platform of implementing the Minsk Accords, a peace plan that would end the fighting in eastern Ukraine. But once elected, he faced pressure, including threats of violence from the far right, to not end the war, which was backed by the US, in order to continue the proxy war with Russia. And we don't even have the United States doesn't even have the decency to just fight a full-on conflict with Russia. It's just a series of proxies. I see that personally as a cowardly way to fight. As Ukrainian-Canadian academic Ivan Kachinovsky noted, the Western governments and foundations, such as the Soros Foundation, that arsehole again, funded all but one of about 24 Ukrainian NGOs, which initially issued in 2019 a collective statement that any talks with Donbass separatists were impermissible after the head of the Zelensky presidential administration supported creation of a consulting group with representatives of the separatist-controlled Donbass during the Minsk negotiations. All of this eventually led to the bloody, disastrous proxy war in Ukraine, which has been well documented, could have ended in April of 2022, had the then UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson not blocked a peace deal at the behest of the collective West in order to use Ukraine to weaken Russia. there really is a special place in hell for Boris Johnson. Not just for blocking the peace deal, but also for the Boris wave of immigration in the UK. BBC in 2014, Ukraine is the heartland of neo-Nazism. Azov are monsters. BBC in 2022, Azov are heroes. Join your local foreign legion. Purge the Russians. Yeah. Funny how that narrative shifts, isn't it? US policy during the proxy war in Ukraine did not only include fueling the war to weaken Russia, but also involved interfering in the domestic politics of any country that did not want to go along with it. A leaked cable shows the US pressured for the removal of Pakistan's then Prime Minister Imran Khan because people here in Europe are quite concerned about why Pakistan is taking such an aggressively neutral position on Ukraine. They wouldn't even permit other countries to play the role of Switzerland and just remain neutral. It's like, you will take a side, you will side with us, or we will regime change you. Similarly, CIA cutouts USA and NED, the National Endowment for Democracy, funded NGOs that got Romanian presidential candidate Călin Georgescu kicked off the ballot over bogus accusations he was supported by Russia because he opposed the Ukraine proxy war and was skeptical of NATO. While much of the damage has already been done, the new national security strategy suggests, at least on paper, that the new American Cold War strategy towards Russia has come to an end. And not a moment too soon. And let's see, this from the Straits Times. More of the subjects on this strategy document. It is described as one of flexible realism, arguing the US should revive the 19th century Monroe Doctrine, declaring the Western Hemisphere to be Washington's zone of influence. It also warned that Europe faces civilizational erasure and must change course. And this is also what I wanted to focus on here. Europe faces civilizational erasure and may one day lose its status as a reliable US ally. Strategy document drew an outcry from Europeans who compared it to the rhetoric of the Kremlin. They just can't seem to help themselves, can they, chat? Ukraine, such a bastion of freedom that any slight pro-Russian Ukrainian politician or citizen had to flee to Russia under threat of being killed. Strangely, the oh-so-evil Russians welcomed them with open arms, granted them asylum. Yes, I believe they've done the same thing with the Boer South Africans. Or at least they were at one point talking about it. The new national security strategy posted on the White House website overnight, December 4th to December 5th, denounced the European Union as anti-democratic and said the goal of the US should be to help Europe correct its current trajectory. It accused European governments of the subversion of democratic processes, including to thwart what it said was a demand from the European public to end the war in Ukraine. The document says over the long term it is more than plausible that within a few decades at the latest, certain NATO members will become majority non-European. As such, it is an open question whether they will view their place in the world or their alliance with the United States in the same way as those who signed the NATO Charter. The EU declined to comment, and there was mostly silence from serving European leaders who have taken care to avoid antagonizing President Trump. But former European officials described the rhetoric as shocking, even by the Trump administration standards of increasingly open hostility to traditional allies. Former Swedish Prime Minister Carl Bildt saying on X, "It is language that one otherwise only finds coming out of some bizarre minds of the Kremlin," and described the document as to the right of the extreme right in Europe. He called it bizarre that the only part of the world where the strategists saw a threat to democracy was Europe. Former Latvian Prime Minister Krišjānis Kariņš told Reuters the happiest country reading this is Russia. It is the usual refrain with these people, isn't it? He said Moscow has been trying to break the transatlantic bond for years. Now it seems the greatest disruptor of this bond is the US itself, which is unfortunate. One European diplomat, speaking on condition of anonymity, said the tone on Europe is not promising, even worse than Vance's speech in Munich in February. He was referring to a hostile speech by Vice President J.D. Vance at a conference in Munich that alarmed European capitals soon after Mr. Trump returned to office. The document echoed some talking points of European right-wing political parties, which have grown to become the main opposition to governments in Germany, France, and other traditional US allies. It appeared to praise them, saying the growing influence of patriotic European parties gives cause for great optimism. Natalie Tocci, director of the Italian think tank Istituto Affari Internazionali, I don't speak Italian, so that's probably an incorrect pronunciation, said it showed the Trump administration is in the business of tearing Europe apart by supporting far-right nationalists backed by Russia. This is all they have, chat. They have no argument against what these so-called far-right parties are actually saying. So all they can do is call them far-right, call them nationalist, and claim that they're backed by Russia. You will allow Ukraine to be an ethno-state and commit to forever war against Russia. You will not allow Europe for Europeans. Yes, that's certainly a good summary of what the globalists in these countries want. The new document accused the European Union of undermining political liberty and sovereignty, censoring free speech, and suppressing political opposition. No lies detected. European politicians and officials have bridled at the tone from Washington, but as they hurry to rebuild their neglected militaries to meet a perceived threat from Russia, they still rely heavily on US military support. I wonder if we can find a link to this. I'd like to read this report. Let's do a quick Google search of this. Oh, here we are. I'd happily back Russia and take a check from them at this point, Zed. Yes, I was not entirely unsympathetic to Russia during this whole time. We still need to actually get a peace accord between Russia and Ukraine. But this is promising. This is a good... this is something good, and this will, I believe, have an influence, a positive influence, on Europe and the rest of the world. Because in effect they are saying, this is what we want to see in countries in the rest of the world. This is about 30 pages. We're definitely not going to go through the whole thing. What do we want in and from the world? We want to ensure that the Western Hemisphere remains reasonably stable, well-governed enough to prevent and discourage mass migration to the United States. We want a hemisphere whose governments cooperate with us against narco-terrorists, cartels, and other transnational criminal organizations. We want a hemisphere that remains free of hostile foreign incursion or ownership of key assets, and that supports critical supply chains. And we want to ensure our continued access to key strategic locations. In other words, we will assert and enforce a Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. We want to halt and reverse the ongoing damage that foreign actors inflict on the American economy while keeping the Indo-Pacific free and open. preserving freedom and of navigation of all crucial sea lanes, and maintaining secure and reliable supply chains and access to critical materials. We want to support our allies in preserving the freedom and security of Europe while restoring Europe's civilizational self-confidence and Western identity. We want to prevent an adversarial power from dominating the Middle East, its oil and gas supplies, and the choke points through which they pass, while avoiding the forever wars that bogged us down in that region at great cost. And we want to ensure that US technology and US standards, particularly in AI, biotech, and quantum computing, drive the world forward. The United States is reinstilling a culture of competence, rooting out the so-called DEI and other discriminatory anti-competitive practices that degrade our institutions and hold us back. Let's see, unleashing enormous energy production, returning economic freedom, investing in emerging technologies and basic science. There we go. The era of mass migration is over. Who a country admits into its borders, in what numbers and from where, will inevitably define the future of that nation. Any country that considers itself sovereign has the right and duty to define its future. Throughout history, sovereign nations prohibited uncontrolled migration and granted citizenship only rarely to foreigners, who also had to meet demanding criteria. The West's experience over the past decades vindicates this enduring wisdom. In countries throughout the world, mass migration has strained domestic resources, increased violence and other crime, weakened social cohesion, distorted labor markets, and undermined national security. The era of mass migration must end. Border security is the primary element of national security. We must protect our country from invasion, not just from unchecked migration, but from cross-border threats such as terrorism, drugs, espionage, and human trafficking. A border controlled by the will of the American people, as implemented by the government, is fundamental to the survival of the United States as a sovereign republic. I mean, good words. We'll have to see if it actually does translate into enacted policy. Because, again, this is a strategy white paper. Still needs to be implemented. Let's see if we can find some more on what they're talking about with Europe. And the United States must reconsider military presence in the Western Hemisphere. The US will prioritize commercial diplomacy to strengthen our own economy and industries using tariffs and reciprocal trade agreements. Let's see, here we are. Asia. When the economic future prevent military confrontation. President Trump single-handedly reversed more than 3 decades of mistaken American assumptions about China, namely that by opening our markets to China, encouraging American business to invest in China, and outsourcing our manufacturing to China, we would facilitate China's entry into the so-called rules-based international order. This did not happen. China got rich and powerful, and used its wealth and power to its considerable advantage. American elites over 4 successive administrations of both political parties were either willing enablers of China's strategy or in denial. The Indo-Pacific is already the source of almost half the world's GDP based on purchasing power parity, and 1/3 based on nominal GDP. That share is certain to grow over the 21st century, which means the Indo-Pacific is already, and will continue to be, among the next century's key economic and geopolitical battlegrounds. To thrive at home, we must successfully compete there, and we are. President Trump signed major agreements during his October 2025 travels that further deepen our powerful ties of commerce, culture, technology, and defense, and reaffirm our commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific. America retains tremendous assets, the world's strongest economy and military, world-beating innovation, unrivaled soft power, and a historic record of benefiting our allies and partners that enable us to compete successfully. See, since the Chinese economy reopened to the world in 1979, commercial relations between our two countries have been and remain fundamentally unbalanced. What began as a relationship between a mature, wealthy economy and one of the world's poorest countries has transformed into one between near peers, even as, until very recently, America's posture remained rooted in those past assumptions. Going forward, we will rebalance America's economic hard relationship with China, reprioritizing reciprocity and fairness to restore American economic independence. Trade with China should be balanced and focused on non-sensitive factors. If America remains on a growth path and can sustain that while maintaining a genuinely mutually advantageous economic relationship with Beijing, we should be headed to from our present $30 trillion economy in 2025 to $40 trillion in the 2030s, putting our country in an enviable position to maintain our status as the world's leading economy. Our ultimate goal is to lay the foundation for long-term economic vitality. Let's see. The United States must protect and defend our economy and our people from harm from any country or source, means ending predatory state-directed subsidies and industrial strategies, unfair trading practices, job destruction and deindustrialization, grand-scale intellectual property theft and industrial espionage, threats against supply chains that risk U.S. assets to critical resources, including minerals and rare earth elements, exports of fentanyl precursors that fuel America's opioid epidemic, and propaganda influence operations and other forms of cultural subversion. All of these things the Chinese are guilty of. We must encourage Europe, Japan, Korea, Australia, Canada, Mexico, and other prominent nations in adopting trade policies that help rebalance China's economy toward household consumption. Because Southeast Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East cannot alone absorb China's enormous excess capacity. Oh, I think this is it here, chat. Promoting European greatness. American officials have become used to thinking about European problems in terms of insufficient military spending and economic stagnation. There is truth to this, but Europe's real problems are even deeper. Continental Europe has been losing share of global GDP down from 25% in 1990 to 14% today, partly owing to national and transnational regulations that undermine creativity and industriousness. But this economic decline is eclipsed by the real, more stark prospect of civilizational erasure. The larger issues facing Europe include activities of the European Union and other transnational bodies that undermine political liberty and sovereignty, migration policies that are transforming the continent and creating strife, censorship of free speech and suppression of political opposition, cratering birth rates, and loss of national identities and self-confidence. Should present trends continue, the continent will be unrecognizable in 20 years or less. As such, it is far from obvious whether certain European countries will have economies or militaries strong enough to remain reliable allies. Many of these nations are currently doubling down on their present path. We want Europe to remain European, to regain its civilizational self-confidence, and to abandon its failed focus on regulatory suffocation. This sort of talk out of the American government would have been unthinkable even just a few years ago. To hear this in a white paper published by the United States government, it really, talk about a shift in the Overton window. This is massive, and it's very encouraging. But again, talk is cheap. It's one thing to put out a white paper. It is another thing entirely to turn that white paper into actual government policy and enact that government policy. This lack of self-confidence is most evident in Europe's relationship with Russia. European allies enjoy a significant hard power advantage over Russia by almost every measure save nuclear weapons. As a result of Russia's war in Ukraine, European relations with Russia are now deeply attenuated, and many Europeans regard Russia as an existential threat. managing European relations with Russia will require significant US diplomatic engagement, both to re-establish conditions of strategic stability across the Eurasian landmass and to mitigate the risk of conflict between Russia and European states. It is a core interest of the United States to negotiate an expeditious cessation of hostilities in Ukraine in order to stabilize European economies, prevent unintended escalation and expansion of the war, and re-establish strategic stability with Russia, as well as to enable the post-hostilities reconstruction of Ukraine to enable its survival as a viable state. The Ukraine war has had a perverse effect of increasing Europe's, especially Germany's, external dependencies. Today, German chemical companies are building some of the world's largest processing plants in China using Russian gas that they cannot obtain at home. The administration finds itself at odds with European officials who hold unrealistic expectations for the war, perched in unstable minority governments, many of which trample on the basic principles of democracy to suppress opposition. A large European majority wants peace, yet that desire is not translated into policy, in large measure because of those governments' subversion of democratic processes. This is strategically important to the United States precisely because European states cannot reform themselves if they are trapped in political crisis. Yet Europe remains strategically and culturally vital to the United States. Transatlantic trade remains one of the pillars of the global economy and of American prosperity. European sectors from manufacturing to technology to energy remain among the world's most robust. Europe is home to cutting-edge scientific research and world-leading cultural institutions. Not only can we not afford to write Europe off, doing so would be self-defeating for what the strategy aims to achieve. Our goal should be to help Europe correct its current trajectory. We will need a strong Europe to help us successfully compete, and to work in concert with us to prevent any adversary from dominating Europe. America is understandably, sentimentally attached to the European continent, and of course to Britain and Ireland. The character of these countries is also strategically important because we count upon creative, capable, confident, democratic allies to establish conditions of stability and security. We want to work with aligned countries that want to restore their former greatness. Broad policy for Europe should prioritize re-establishing conditions of stability within Europe and strategic stability with Russia, enabling Europe to stand upon its own feet and operate as a group of aligned sovereign nations, including by taking primary responsibility for its own defense without being dominated by any adversarial power, cultivating resistance to Europe's current trajectory within European nations, opening European markets to US goods and services, ensuring fair treatment of US workers and businesses, building up the healthy nations of Central, Eastern, Southern Europe through commercial ties, weapons sales, political collaboration, and cultural and educational exchanges. Ending the perception and preventing the reality of NATO as a perpetually expanding alliance, and encouraging Europe to take action to combat mercantilist overcapacity, technological theft, cyber espionage, and other hostile economic practices. In other words, stop the Chinese from doing Chinese sorts of things. And also, no more expansion of NATO. That alone will go a long way towards ensuring a lasting peace between the West and Russia. Oh yes, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. I'm going to save a copy of that. And I am going to drop that into News and Politics section under the Castle Rexworth Discord. You can read the entirety of it at your leisure. Let's see. Oh. This was an interesting bit of automotive news coming out of the United States. I don't know if any of you are familiar with what K-cars and K-trucks are. They are basically smaller than subcompact type automobiles, designed specifically with the Japanese market in mind. You see them everywhere in Japan. They are tiny little city cars, maybe just a little bit larger than a smart car. Certainly a lot more practical than a smart car. And they have developed quite a cult following and fan base all over the world. Now, in the United States, you cannot just get a grey import of a car, a new car, and drive it on American roads. For the longest time, that was not permitted. Any sort of imported car was subject to the 25-year rule. It had to be 25 years older, and then you could get it imported and drive it whatever you like. And some people did that for a long time with other types of cars. You know, if you see certain generations of the Nissan GTR or the Skyline GTR, more specifically, those are grey imports that are over 25 years old. Very distinctive because they were never released in the United States or Canada. Right-hand drive rather than left-hand drive like what you see in North America. And so they're old enough that they're no longer subject to emission standards, safety standards, all of that. Well, the old CAFE standards on vehicle size and fuel economy are going by the wayside. And now it appears that the Trump administration is looking to allow the sale of K cars and K trucks in the US. President has tasked Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy to change current regulations prohibiting K vehicle sales in America, a move that seemed to surprise even the Secretary himself. The decision apparently came about after the president's recent trip to Asia. During that diplomatic exercise, he described K cars and K trucks as cute and thought the regulations curbing their sale in the United States was silly. For those not steeped in Keijidosha or light vehicle law, these vehicles have legislatively been baked into the Japanese automotive landscape since 1949. The country's regulations have changed over time, but since 1998, the rules governing what constitutes a K car boil down to certain size, weight, and powertrain requirements. To qualify as a K vehicle, any car or truck must be no larger than 3.4 meters or 134 inches long, 1.48 meters or 58 inches wide, and 2 meters or 79 inches tall. They also cannot have an engine larger than 660 cc's, nor can they carry more than 350 kilograms or 770 pounds of weight, at least without potential penalties. Now compare that to something small that the Americans buy today, such as a Honda HR-V. By comparison, the HR-V is a battleship, measuring out a full 4 feet longer, more than a foot wider than your typical K model. That said, Japanese automakers have made creative use of the available space over the decades, creating vans, trucks, and even sports cars within that tiny footprint. But there's a catch, because of course there is. For Japanese buyers, there are major cost and logistical advantages to having a K vehicle over something larger. Space is at a premium in Japan, especially in the urban areas, and the Japanese government taxes individuals and businesses accordingly. K vehicles carry a far cheaper tax bill than bigger vehicles, and you also don't necessarily have to present proof that you have somewhere to park it, in other words, a parking certificate, unlike with larger vehicles, especially in rural areas where you do have to have a parking certificate. However, while all of that tracks in cramped, crowded Japan, there are a few reasons you haven't been able to hit your local Toyota or Honda dealership to buy one in the US. Federal safety regulations are the main sticking point with importing and registering K vehicles. Just imagine a tiny K truck like the Honda Acti. That's this little thing here. Going up against a Ford Super Duty truck in an accident. We all know who would win. That would be the Ford. As a result of Americans' love for gigantic SUVs and trucks, the feds, as well as many state governments, have been reluctant, to put it mildly, to allow these cars on our roads, where you see a lot of popularity with these little K trucks, for example. Farms. Farmers love these little things. They are just the right size. They are just the right everything. They're sort of like this little Goldilocks mini truck that they can take round with some tools or whatever they need and get whatever work they need done. It's exactly what everything they need, nothing that they don't. Then there's the sticking point within Trump's announcement itself. The administration notes K vehicles must be manufactured in the United States in order for automakers to actually sell them here. Even dialing out the regulatory hurdles, companies retooling to build such vehicles here, not to mention the big three either scrambling to get in on the action or crying foul that they can't build a small vehicle and sell it affordably to American buyers, will take considerable time. And whilst we're on the subject of American buyers, there's the public's appetite for K vehicles beyond die-hard enthusiasts and space or budget-conscious individuals. There's a reason the big three no longer sell small vehicles by and large. Demand is low, profit margins already razor thin. Shifting regulations could open a door-down market for interested buyers, but as always, we'll have to wait and see how this actually plays out in practice. I think the companies coming out with vehicles skirting safety regulations build them with 3 wheels, and it gets regulated like a motorcycle. I have seen those on the roads, yes, and quite often they get classified as a motorcycle. Many of them even have motorcycle engines or the equivalent of a motorcycle engine. And very often they're not completely enclosed either. It's more like a gigantic road-going go-kart or something. But anyway, that's what's going on in the United States at the moment. Let's move over across the pond and pause the music here, because Rupert Lowe's star is rising and has been rising for some time. There's many now that are doing odds making that he could very well be the next Prime Minister. Also hearing rumblings that I believe he has finally started his own political party. I believe working title is Great Yarmouth First, or something to that effect. Rupert Lowe being the MP for Great Yarmouth. But he sat down recently with Tucker Carlson. Let's see what he had to say. Unmute the browser audio for this.
Thank you for doing this. So the similarities between the U.S. and Great Britain are very obvious, often remarked upon. But the one I notice the most is whenever you talk to people here, they say exactly what people in the U.S. say, which is nothing changes. It doesn't matter if you vote for Boris Johnson or Rishi Sunak or Keir Starmer, it's different parties, Tory, Labour, same result. What is that?
Well, I think, Tucker, it's our democracy's gone badly wrong. So what happened is we are the mother of all parliaments, and we effectively were the genesis of true democracy. I mean, yes. Forget the Greeks for now, but let's just say we a modern democracy.
Democracy at scale. Athenian democracy was tiny.
Yeah, but this is democracy at scale. So they had the right concept, I think, and there's some great philosophers from that era. But I think our parliament was structured so that you had MPs elected by the people, and they were effectively the people's representatives. So the job of parliament was ultimately to put the interests of the British nation first, make decisions that was, first of all, and above everything else, in the interests of the nation,
all of which are completely foreign concepts now to most MPs and especially to the civil service.
But at the same time, there were internal rivalries about regional competition between each of those MPs to try and do the best for their constituency as well. But most of them were in some way invested in Britain. They were landowners, they were businessmen, they were peers, they were aristocrats. They actually had a big shareholding, if you like, in UK PLC. And, you know, I look at prime ministers like Lord Salisbury, and I look at, you know, men who made great decisions. And obviously, we can talk about Churchill, we can talk about the great leaders, Maggie Thatcher, who I loved. We can talk about great leaders, but I think what's gone badly wrong, and this is why I've set up a movement, not a party, to unite common sense thought. And
the movement being Restore Britain.
To allow those people who share the view you've just outlined, that it doesn't matter who you vote for, the smorgasbord of opportunities that you've got at the moment, whether it's the Tories, whether it's Labour, whether it's the Lib Dems, whether it's the Greens, whether it's the Scottish National Party, whoever, they're all part of this dying sort of remnant of what was Parliament. So I think we've got to have some form of, what in geological terms, rejuvenation and uplift.
I mean, you're either going to do it voluntarily or you're going to have it done for you forcibly. Let's see. Here we are. This from Landia. And even this is probably a bit too optimistic or far too generous of an estimate. And again, anything can happen between now and the next elections, which are scheduled for 2029. But as it stands now, with the latest polling, Labour is down to just 4 seats. 4. A loss of 407 seats in Parliament. That is a near total blowout of the Labour Party. And if you think, well, what about the Conservatives? Well, Tories aren't going to be very much better either. They stand to lose 73. Reform, plus 355. Green Party, plus 75. Lib Dems, holding at 72. Scottish Nationalists, plus 36. Plus 3 for the Welsh. Should he actually get some traction, who knows how many seats a Great Yarmouth First Party would pick up. But as it stands right now, Labour is set to be completely blown out, or near completely blown out. And most of their seats being picked up by Reform, the Green Party, and the Scottish Nationalists. That is where we are at right now with the absolute state of Britain.
To change the way in which we're governed and make sure that we re-empower the MPs, the elected representatives of the people, and we disempower the people who run Parliament, the quangos, the unelected civil servants who are largely represented by the permanent secretaries, many of whom I now see on the Public Accounts Committee. The country, Tucker, is just run by people who don't know which way is up. So we've got a dying...
Yes, they claim to be the Wizards of Smart, and they really don't know their asses from a hole in the ground. They're really not as smart as they claim to be. This is an elite of arrogant, blithering idiots. no wonder for so long the United Kingdom, Europe, many parts of the world have been in decline, a sort of managed decline. And little wonder that we've been slouching towards war. Because these same arrogant, stupid people think that they can fight and win a war when none of them have ever commanded an army. And more cynically, they just view it as a way to cleanse their native population and make room for more mass migration. To get rid of their native population they view as being too uppity, too questioning, too rebellious, and replace them with what they believe to be a compliant underclass. But really, they are just tribal savages that will ultimately end up replacing the elites with their own people. And so history repeats itself, much like we saw with the fall of Rome.
Body of productive Brits who I have the greatest admiration for, who really fight all this regulation, this red tape, all of the oppression of government, of licensing, of regulations, of rules. They fight their way through all this, not to mention huge taxes, which will probably increase dramatically tomorrow, in order to basically debit the productive and credit the indolent. The most extraordinary sort of formula, which is doomed to failure. But so I think we need the people who ultimately care about the country to rise up now. I don't think the way in which our government is structured is ever going to serve them well. So all they will do is go around crying into their beer about the fact that they voted for, as you say, Rishi Sunak, or they voted for Keir Starmer. And they're all the same. There's no real difference.
I don't think you're overstating it. I mean, look at their priorities. They're both totally I'm an outsider, but I'm just watching this from thousands of miles away. But they seem totally disconnected from the actual country. What happens here, what it's like, what it looks like, who lives here. They don't seem interested at all.
Well, I think what's happened is Parliament, as I say, whereas it was elected by the people and its interests were aligned with the people, now Parliament and the MPs, an MP earns about £92,000 a year, something like that. I actually give my salary to charity each month. I give it to a great Yarmouth charity.
God bless them.
But I think a lot of the MPs need that money, so they've become dependent on that.
I mean, in the present state of the economy, yeah, just to be able to live comfortably, yes, £92,000, that sounds about right. Certainly anyone making less than that would love to be making 92 grand a year. But, yeah, that's not a bad bit of bob there. But they don't really need it, per se. They're all just getting that off the backs of the taxpayers.
They've obviously got status as an MP. There's a lot of talk goes on in Parliament. There's a lot of sort of, video calls and meetings in room P, and, all sorts of stuff goes on.
Lots of Zoom calls, lots of meetings, but nothing ever gets done. Gosh, it sounds like the corporate world.
And people feel important, but actually, are they delivering for the people? I would argue they're not.
No.
So,
if anything, they're actively opposed to the people, and quite often view the people as the enemy. And it's been this way with the UK, with most European governments for a long time now. I mean, why else would European governments be trying to ban certain political parties and censor the people, especially online? They don't want to give up their power. And they know they've had it. They know that they're not popular. They know that the people don't want them in there anymore. They want change. And they're not willing to just respect the will of the people and go gently into that night. Well, they're either going to leave or they're going to be forced out. Because the people have spoken and they won't change. And you will either give them the change that they want or they will take it from you. It really is that simple.
I think we've got to have some form of massive change. And I watch what's happening in the US, and I think we need some help from the US. I think what's happening with Donald Trump and with J.D. Vance and with Rubio, I mean, you've got some great people who are really trying to change.
Happy Mars, thank you for the follow. I believe that's over on the Kick side of things. Thank you so much.
The way things are going. I think I blame you partly for infecting us with this DEI nonsense and all the other stuff that is seeping into the veins of Britain. But I think you've realized that that's not the way forward. That's not how we're going to get the quality of life and the common sense and the logic and the fairness that we used to have. We've got to expunge all that. And the only way we're going to do that is by very strong people standing up and actually affecting change. And I reflect on the US a lot because, as you probably know, that there was a man called John Lambert who played a part in the Civil War. Oliver Cromwell's one of my great historical heroes.
Your Civil War.
In the British Civil War. Yeah. And he and Henry Arton, when Cromwell won the Civil War, he always said, if I lose one battle, I lose my head. The king can lose 100 battles and he keeps his. Well, he didn't fortunately lose a battle and he won the Civil War. And then they had to work out how to govern. And this guy, John Lambert and Henry Arton, wrote this thing, this paper, which ultimately guided, it was called the Instrument of Power. And its job was to effectively separate the powers that Cromwell was going to have as Lord Protector and put in the checks and balances, which is what you need in any form of democracy, proper checks and balances that controls any sort of aggregation of power which can be damaged.
Cromwell, protector of the realm, yes. Somewhat controversial figure in history, but no one can deny one of those great men of history.
You need some power, but you don't want anybody to become omnipotent. And this was an incredible piece of work, which was then used in our Bill of Rights, and then some of it was lifted by your founding fathers, Jefferson, Madison, Adams, and Jay, who effectively played a big part in writing the U.S. Constitution, which is the best, I think, attempt at setting out a sort of code for governance, which always returned power to the individual states and to the individual, because it's always the individual who gets oppressed by the state.
How ironic that a British MP is demonstrating more knowledge of the American Constitution and Bill of Rights than most children in the American public education system. That's a bit sad, really, when you think about it.
And here we've got a state that now accounts for 50% of our GDP. We've got, as I say, all these quangos, unaccountable people who are doing things which are damaging the interests of Britain, aggregating money and influence to themselves, but damaging the interests of those people they're supposed to be serving. You know, they're called civil servants for a reason. That's their job.
Christmas season is...
So Humphrey Appleby's of the UK government have gone almost completely rogue. And someone needs to rein them in.
Here, although it's a bit of a cliche, it really is one of maybe the biggest factors scrambling every one of these calculations and eliminating the historical knowledge that you just displayed is mass migration. This is very true in the United States as well. It's not just here, it's throughout the West.
Here we are.
But what is that? That is the one thing that I notice as a foreigner coming here that does not change regardless of who's in power. is this constant churn in population, millions of new people. There's never been any indication that Native Britons want that. No Native Americans, no one in the United States wants that. We've gotten it anyway. In my country, they used to say we need to do this for economic reasons. We need the labor.
It's already been proven in Britain that they're not net positive economic contributors. If anything, they're net negative. They're a drain on the system. And this is also proven to be true with a lot of immigrants, especially the illegal variety, in the United States. So the economic argument just doesn't hold water, no matter where you go in the world. I feel like we need a new title for leader in the UK. Prime Minister needs to be done away with, and our monarchy is a joke. How about sovereign? Sovereign low. Careful, Anglo. You almost make him sound like a pretender to the throne. Though, let's be real, Rupert Lowe would make a damn sight better monarch than Charles III. What a concept if you could actually elect kings and queens. That would be an interesting experiment. But I think for now, a lot of people would be quite satisfied just to refer to Rupert Lowe as the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
They don't say that anymore. No one explains why this is happening. Why is it happening here? What's your guess?
Well, I think the essence of immigration is that targeted immigration is good. So if you have a leadership of the country that can identify where skills are short,
right,
and you can actually attract people who've got those skills, sure, who are going to contribute to the economy. And actually,
we have no dentists. Let's import some dentists.
Exactly. But you need to have a leadership who's capable of identifying where the shortages are, and that's good immigration. It's targeted. It's small, and it basically improves the standard of living and the quality of life for the people in the country.
Is that happening here now?
No, I was just going to go on to say that what's happened here is it's actually been turned on its head. So what we're doing is we are allowing millions or hundreds of thousands of illegal migrants from different cultures to arrive by boat. And really, since the war, we've also brought in lots of legal migrants who have, in some cases, contributed, but in many cases, they still haven't integrated into what Britain is.
And they never will. So they all have to go back. Send them all back and sink the bloody boats. Charles Assalamu alaikum III, yeah. More sympathy for Islam from Charles III than towards the Church of England, of which he is the head. It's pathetic, really.
We are a Christian country. We have our history. We have our roots, and now we've got sort of pools of people from a different culture with a different belief and a different sort of outlook on life, and that's getting worse. So we are now, and you're seeing this. We're now seeing our best people leaving Britain. So the rainmakers are leaving in huge numbers now. The non-doms who used to be here are now.
I mean, who can blame them? If most or even all your money is going to be confiscated in taxes and outrageous cost of living, this is no point. Happy Mars, hello, how are you?
Now have been taxed and they're leaving. They don't have to be here. As you know, in the modern world, you can basically do a job from almost anywhere in the world. And what you have to do is create the conditions where people want to live somewhere. And 10, 15, 20 years ago, everybody wanted to be in London. When I was young, London was the place to be because it was deregulated, it was fun, people actually could generate wealth.
London did not used to be the troubled city that it is now. It didn't used to be something that was quickly descending into a shithole. It actually was a lovely city. Doing well. Couldn't find the stream on YouTube, so we're kicking it today. Yes, I am sorry. I'm getting some. I am getting some error messages saying that it looks like the stream is not holding up on YouTube, but looks like we are doing okay for the moment. Touch wood with Twitch and Kick. I am recording this locally on my computer, so we'll go ahead and upload a VOD later of to both YouTube and also to the Rumble page. So if you missed any part of it, don't worry, I've got you covered. We will have a VOD available after stream.
We didn't have too much oppressive regulation and statism, and gradually it's been strangled a bit like Gulliver. So I think a lot of people, and a lot of my friends are leaving. They're going to live in Dubai. They're going to live in Milan. They're going to live in
Montenegro.
Could be Montenegro. It could be almost Mauritius. It could be almost anywhere. We just sent a whole load of English.
Montenegro is actually growing substantially with an expat population. A colleague of mine in the legal field had to leave the US because his student visa was expiring and he was in the US to study law on a student visa. There were some issues getting his visa turned over into a work visa, which necessitated him leaving the country. And he decided, of all places, he was going to go to Montenegro. And the photographs and the stories that he could tell, it is an absolutely beautiful country. It seems so hard to believe that at one point it was a Soviet backwater, and now it has just grown and thrived since the end of the Cold War as this just quiet little part of the world with these just idyllic landscapes. It's beautiful out there. The weather is lovely. Cost of living is incredibly low. And apparently, from what this colleague told me, it's a fairly decent place to do business.
Money out to Mauritius. I mean, they're getting tax cuts out there. So, you know, we've given the Chagos Islands away when we didn't need to. We've sort of, I think,
Mauritius is an island in the Indian Ocean, far, far, far away.
Mauritius is an island in the Indian Ocean, but the Chagos Islands, basically a lot of Chagosians live in Crawley here. And they didn't want they didn't want to be part of Mauritius. And what's happened is Keir Starmer and Herma and Philippe Sands, this sort of bunch of human rights lawyers, you may or may not know the history. We actually paid Mauritius some money in 1960.
Honestly, most human rights lawyers are just communists. They really are. They're just using human rights as a sort of euphemism to advance decolonization and communism. That's all it is. It's all a gigantic grift.
1963, when we gave her independence, so that she had no claim on the Chagos Islands. Arguably the Seychelles and the Maldives have a bigger claim on the Chagos Islands that are 1,300 kilometers away from Mauritius. But these human rights lawyers have indulged their fantasies, and at the expense of the British taxpayer. I mean, we don't quite know what the number is. It's somewhere between 18 and 30 billion over the next 90 years. We've literally handed that to Mauritius, who've now given a tax cut to their citizens on the back of it.
Have you committed a lot of atrocities in Mauritius?
No.
Why would you owe them billions of dollars?
It's all about the Diego Garcia base.
I know the actual story.
But the Chagosians, a lot of them live in Crawley here.
They're just a bunch of greedy pucker anti-colonialists who want to try and extract money out of the Brits and out of the remnants of the British Empire. That's all they want.
So they didn't want the deal to happen. They basically don't like the Mauritians.
But if you take 3 steps back, like, why would you do that? You would only do that if you hate yourself. There's no potential for gain at all for you, your children.
And that's exactly it, because so many of the ruling class in Britain, they hate themselves, and as a result of their poisonous, toxic leadership. And so as a result, like so many other countries, you are governed by a people that have just lost the will to live. They see not only their survival, but also their thriving and their prosperity as some sort of great mortal failing or capital crime, or just completely and totally immoral, which nothing could be further from the truth. But this is what these people have gaslit and brainwashed themselves into believing.
Children in your country. What is that?
Well, I think a lot of them do dislike what Britain was. I think they have this sort of hatred of colonial Britain, which, I mean, if you have a hatred of any...
Colonial Britain and the Empire was the best thing to ever happen to the world. I will die on that hill any day. We brought civilization to the rest of the world. We civilized. The world benefited from our civilizing hand. And what did we get for it? To borrow from Vice President Vance, not even so much as a thank you. Instead, we get a lot of racism and a lot of cultural xenophobia against white people and white culture by so-called anti-colonialists, communists, as we used to call them, who, ironically enough, do it on technology built upon the backs of colonialism and the civilizing hand of the white man. Very hypocritical, but then again, they don't give a shit about any standards of hypocrisy, because to them, the ends justify the means.
Any form of colonialism, you have to have a hatred of the Belgian, a sort of colonization of the Congo,
the Zulu Empire,
or even France's occupation of North Africa. So,
well, they still occupy Africa to this day.
They do. No, they do. They do. Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
No, nobody likes to talk about that. There's still remnants of the French Empire in North Africa. Why do you think so many African peoples speak, at least as a second language, French? Because there's still a presence of the French in there. But nobody likes to talk about that.
But I think Britain may have done some things that weren't great, but on the whole, we've, I think, been a force for good. We've left, sound legal systems in India. We've done good things, not bad things. We voluntarily ended the slave trade. We actually cost us a lot of money. The British Navy was used to police the cessation of the slave trade.
Yes, the British Empire, at great cost to itself, made it its mission to end the global slave trade, and in large part they succeeded. Men like William Wilberforce do not get enough credit in world history for their contributions to mankind. And again, not even so much as a thank you from the places that benefited from colonization.
So I feel very proud of Britain. I love Britain, and I think these people, these human rights lawyers, I actually despise them, Tucker. I think they're the enemy of Britain, and
yes,
I don't understand what motivates them.
Well, so that's.
I do. They hate the British people. They hate European peoples. They hate the white man and want them dead. They're communists. They're communists that want to destroy everything we know and love. Because to them, real communism has never been tried. And honestly, they just need to be forcibly removed from all positions of power and locked up in a hole somewhere where they will never be found. Or we could just take the Shakespearean option.
That's it. It's clearly not a hatred of colonialism, because Africa has been colonized at a scale never before seen by China. And they won't say a single word about that. I mean, colonialism...
Yes, it's okay when the Chinese do it. It's okay when the communists do it. But not so much when a European power does it. Dirk20, thank you so much for the follow.
Will never end. The weak dominating the strong is just a feature of life. It's sad, but it's just, that's what it is. They're not mad about that. They're only mad about the West.
Well, in the end, history will tell you that we always return to realpolitik. And
Yes.
realpolitik is basically power ultimately dictates what happens.
Of course.
And as you say, that's happening. China is very cleverly positioning herself, in countries which are struggling for money. Obviously, in Africa, I mean, her tentacles are going almost everywhere.
You will either dominate or be dominated. That's how it works. You will either dominate or be dominated. Power is a zero-sum game, and it abhors a vacuum. You will either take and wield power, or it shall be taken from you and wielded against you by your enemies. You have to decide which one you're going to be. Are you going to be the one who takes and wields power? Or are you going to have it wielded against you by your enemies? Those are your two choices. You don't really get a third option. You don't get to sit on the fence, as it were. You don't get to claim this, oh, well, this sort of power shouldn't be in the hands of anyone. It's already in the hands of someone. You have to decide, do you want it in your hands or in the hands of your enemies? Those are the two choices that you have. Decide accordingly.
And, I think China, in a way, is an extraordinary economy, because you've got this extraordinary relationship between communism and their capitalism, which Deng tried to introduce, which has generated a sort of class of people who, and the Chinese are enterprising people who have generated wealth. But then, you've also got this communist bloc. And I visited, when I was chairman of Southampton, I visited Qingdao, where Southampton's twinned with Qingdao. And it's an extraordinary sort of relationship. So very much the capitalist is effectively in hoc to the communists. So they control everything. And if you look at what happened to Jack Ma, I mean, he built an incredibly successful business in Alibaba. So I think that their blend of communism...
Yes. And then dared to say a few things that those in power did not like, and more than likely spent some time in a re-education camp. And he has not been the same ever since. And more than likely has had Alibaba and most of his assets seized. To where publicly he still looks like he has it all, but no, most of that is now controlled by the communists, if not all of it. I saw it myself when I was in China. This was back in 2015 when I was there, and we did a whirlwind tour over the course of a few weeks between Shanghai and Beijing. And this was when I was working on my MBA. This was a course that I did in international business and finance. And at least one of the places that we went to as part of the tour of the company itself, this was, I believe it was either an American or a European company. doing business in China, but you could tell who was in charge, and that was the Chinese. And the gentleman who was leading our tour, showing us around, was the general secretary of the local branch of the Communist Party. And you could tell when we were walking around with him, the level of reverence that people had towards him. It was almost akin to the way certain people would treat with reference, like a local mafia don, or something similar. He was the real man in charge, even though we did, I think, at one point, shake hands with and say hello to the local president or one of the vice presidents, or, you know, some of the executives. But you could tell from body language, even through a language barrier, Mr. General Secretary was the man, the real power over in that particular company. He was the one who was in charge. He was the one which you had to clear everything with, and who even the bosses called boss. That's what it's like, at least visibly, those who are able to see the operations of a Chinese company, or a foreign company that's operating in China even.
And capitalism, which if you dig deep, all their state-owned enterprises are incredibly indebted and almost bankrupt. So I don't think her model is sustainable.
It's not. It's all a gigantic shell game. We were required to... Our textbook was a business book. And I believe the title of it was Red Capitalism. And reading it, you sort of develop a thesis, and it talks about this a lot, where a lot of these companies, especially the SOEs, the state-owned enterprises in China, very often, as Rupert here said, they've got a lot of debt. And it never really gets paid off. It just sort of gets shuffled about. Companies get dissolved, new ones get formed. The debt sort of gets transferred to some sort of old holding company and, you know, broken up into a million pieces that way. And then it just sort of almost tends to magically disappear off the books, or it's just sort of forgotten about. Like it never really existed. It's just an inordinate amount of debt, and it's almost as though the debt is forgiven without actually being forgiven per se. But it's all done because it's a state-owned enterprise, and those are effectively run by the communist government, and whatever the government wants, the government gets. It's just all a gigantic shell game with them. You would not find a lot in terms of really good assets for those companies. In fact, most of the time you'll probably just find a lot of liabilities and a lot of bad debts that they just hope everyone forgets about. Monkey Boy, certainly been a while. Oh dear, here we go again with the rice posting. Cooked rice can contain Bacillus cereus spores, which produce an emetic toxin when left at 4 to 60 degrees Celsius, or about 39 to 140 degrees Fahrenheit. When storing cooked rice for use the next day, rapid cooling is advised to reduce the risk of toxin production. One of the enterotoxins produced by Bacillus cereus is heat resistant. Reheating contaminated rice kills the bacteria but does not destroy the toxin already present. Well, now we know. And knowing is half the battle.
Meanwhile, she's generated huge amounts of foreign exchange from effectively, if you like, she's undercut a lot of the Western capitalists in solar panels and in other things, and she's running huge trade surpluses, even if internally her
easy to do with practically slave labor.
Finances aren't great. So I don't think her model is a sound model. I think she is actually quite a dangerous influence.
Yes, reading the book Red Capitalism, which was required reading for this course that I took as part of international study, you just get the sense that the Chinese economy is like a gigantic fake Rolex watch. You know, China's famous for a lot of their knockoffs that they try to peddle through local markets, through international markets like AliExpress. I mean, I myself have a San Martin watch. That's a Chinese watch with a Japanese Seiko movement, and it's designed to look like a Tudor Black Bay GMT or an old Rolex Explorer GMT. And that in and of itself is, I think, probably the perfect description of the Chinese economy. Is just a gigantic fake Rolex watch. It looks the part. It looks like a global economic capitalist powerhouse. But crack open the back of it, and you look inside, and yeah, it's just... It doesn't look very good. It is all fake components, or you know, bits that don't really work quite right, and it just you scratch the surface and go deeper, and the fundamentals are missing. So they're really good at play acting as capitalists, but they lack a lot of substance in that regard, to the point where it just all feels so fake. And mostly just to keep the people happy and placated with a sort of Western-style standard of living. But again, the substance is lacking. It all just seems so fake in the end.
She, I think, bears a very long memory. She never forgets what's been done to her in the past. And I read an interesting book the other day by Colin Thubron called The Amur River. I don't know if you've read about the Amur River. It runs through Mongolia. And it's the history of the relationship between Russia and China. It's a very good book to read, but she never forgets when people breach treaties. It may not happen tomorrow, but it's logged, and she remembers.
Sell opium to her.
And we've done a few things. We've done a few things that she won't have liked historically. So I think we've got to be very wary of China. I'm in favor of basically liberating what I see as one of the best and most creative economies in the world, which is Britain. And if we can cut away all of the regulation.
I'm glad he said that about Britain and not China, because the last thing they need is regime change at the moment.
I mean, when I was young and I worked in the city,
talk about
London
world
was
chaos.
Almost the primary center. We had the Eurobond market. We had a hugely powerful stock market. You know, we were raising money for people all over the world. Everybody wanted to be in London. Gradually, the regulatory, and again, you have to blame Tony Blair for a lot of this stuff. A lot of the regulatory legislation, it was called the Financial Services Market Act of 2000, that basically tied the city down, and it started this over-regulation.
Yep.
Which has meant that London is now a shadow of its former self. So we don't have a position. I mean, NASDAQ has flown on the back of London's failure. You still have a much more capitalistic approach to your financial markets. Ours are now so regulated that they've become arguably more interested in protecting the value of people's pensions than they have in matching risk capital with entrepreneurs, which is what they should be doing.
They feminized your finance. No, I've watched. So, but what does that mean? So what is the British economy now?
Well, I think the British economy is in pretty bad shape.
Well, I don't even know what it is. I mean, I thought it was manufacturing, obviously, greatest manufacturing power in the world.
They don't really make anything anymore. That's just it. It really has become a largely service-based economy. I mean, Britbongs in chat. Offhand, what do you know that Britain still makes at home in terms of manufacturing? What do they still make? Anything? We've ceased production of Jaguars. I mean, there's some small scale production, I think, of Aston Martin, but that's still largely made. I mean, the current line of Aston Martins are made with Mercedes-Benz engines, and the fit and finish on those are appalling. Not the engines themselves, but the actual cars. I mean, do they still make construction equipment? You know, diggers and tipper trucks and things of that nature. I don't know if they do or not. I presume that Rolls-Royce and Bentley are still manufacturing automobiles. I think at one point BMW had manufacturing going on, but I'm not positive about that anymore. Is there still anything going on with aerospace? Things like aeroplanes and helicopters, and is any of that being made still? I do know there's facility, but it's a joint venture between the UK and the Japanese with Hitachi that builds trains for British Rail. But again, it's largely Japanese tech there. What does Britain still make? If anything.
World and the greatest goods in the world, still, like 100 years later, that's remarkable how well they're made.
Well, it's a service industry, a lot of it, as you know.
Okay, but
and Jimmy Goldsmith talked about this. I mean, Jimmy Goldsmith, great man. He saved the pound through the referendum party, where the parties promised. He doesn't ever get enough credit for it. So he spoke very well about this, and it was happening in the 90s, really, when we were outsourcing our manufacturing to cheap labor countries. And he forecast what would happen, which is that we would become a dependency culture rather than a culture of innovation. Because actually, when you've got your factories in different parts of the world, it's there that the innovation takes place.
Yes.
It doesn't take place in the consuming nations. So I think what's happened is we've gradually
where's the incentive for them to innovate? They don't have the facilities, the tooling, the manufacturing where that can go on. There's no incentive for consumers to innovate. They just want more stuff. They want more things. Their attitude is, give us more things. They could give two shits about innovation as long as it works. Which, for a lot of lazier companies that don't really want to innovate, that's, for them, they look at that as a blessing. But over the long term, all it means is just stagnation.
Party, or our leaders have, to closing down our economy, damaging the interests of the British people. But the British people are still incredibly creative. I have every faith in their ability if they're cut-free. But they've got to be cut-free pretty quickly, Tucker. I mean, our view is that if we haven't done it by 29...
Some of the greatest inventors in the world have been not only men in sheds, English men in sheds, but especially the Scottish. I mean, some of the greatest inventions in the world have come from the Scottish. Even the steam engine itself, which helped propel the Industrial Revolution, that was the product of a Scotsman. Men in sheds helped propel Britain to new heights of invention, and they can do it again. that X factor is still there to some extent. But like Rupert's saying, we just need to get the state off their backs. They need to be able to innovate without getting a knock on the shed door from health and safety.
It could be too late.
But you don't have an election until 29.
There's not much time. There's not much time.
Well, it certainly feels that way.
We're sorry to say it, but this is not a very safe country. Walk through Oakland or Philadelphia. Yeah, good luck. YRNA.com or your local Sportsman's Warehouse to get yours today. Byrna.com.
And they're continuing, by the way, to change the population dramatically every year. So, like, the calculation changes every year, as does the culture, et cetera. But I don't think you have an election. I think Labor's in charge until 29, unless I'm missing.
Labor's in charge till 29, but I think the Achilles heel there possibly is the economy. So you talked about what is the British economy. The British economy is, as you know, as the American economy was, relied on something I hate called quantitative easing, which is basically getting high on your own supply, as I call it.
Yeah.
It's
printing
basically
money
what
to buy
third
your
world
own
dictators
debt.
used to do shortly before their currencies descended into chaos. But because you've got this sort of manufacturing taking place in one part of the world and the consumption in another part of the world, they've been able to get away with it so far. But it's still further hollowed out productive Britain. So I'm very worried about our level of debt. You know, we're looking at a level of debt of around 100% of our GDP. Our civil service pensions are off balance sheet, and there's another, we don't know the exact number, somewhere between 3 and 5 trillion, maybe a bit more, which is probably 200% of GDP. That's not even...
Gosh, that seems like a drop in the bucket compared to the issues with the American Social Security system.
Even on the balance sheet. We have this accounting system called Oscar II, which I think is probably delusional in that it leaves off chunks of liability and probably enhances chunks of the asset side of the balance sheet. So I think we're delusional. I'm just waiting for our currency to collapse. And I think when you say there's not going to be an election till 29, we have the budget tomorrow where Rachel Reeves, who seems to believe that she can tax herself into wealth, and prosperity, which nobody's ever done in history before. And I certainly...
Who's Rachel Reeves?
She's our Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Otherwise known as Rachel from Accounts.
What's her background? Pretty impressive person?
Well, she's Rachel from Accounts or Rachel from Complaints, or she told a few porkies about her CV, which she seems to have got away with that, as did a number of other Labour MPs.
Those of you who are uninitiated in British slang, when you tell a porky, you are lying. She lied about her CV.
Apparently it's okay to embellish your CV these days, and nobody seems to care.
But you're not aware of any material accomplishment.
I mean, with any CV, there's going to be a little bit of puffery, but these were blatant lies.
In her past.
Very, very few. I mean, she's not qualified to be doing what she's doing, but she's incredibly arrogant, I think. There's a blend of arrogance and ignorance, which is always dangerous.
We have that in our country.
A microcosm of what it is that Western governments have to deal with their ruling class. They are both arrogant and ignorant at the same time, and they are leading us all down the road to ruin.
I think that the Achilles heel is if the economy starts to really go into reverse, which I think from my businesses we're beginning to see orders slow, the sort of carryover from the COVID money injections and from what the Tories did in their latter days, which kept the economy going to some extent, although Britain's growth has been sclerotic for a hell of a long time now.
Yeah.
So if we start to see a challenge to our ability to finance our deficits, and you probably saw, I mean, our deficit's just out of control. So, it's going up every year. And in the end, if you have a deficit, you've got to finance it. So I always think the definition of credit is suspicion asleep. So in the end, people who borrow or fund our debt, buy our gilts, if you like.
Yeah.
At the moment, they demand a premium in terms of income over other people's debts, over the US debt or German debt.
Right.
So eventually what they do is they decide they don't want to buy that debt. and then you can't fund yourself, and then you have a funding crisis, a bit like we had in the mid-70s. And in those days, we went to the IMF, and we got the IMF to bail us out.
It happened with a lot of governments, including the United States, in the 1970s. And if you have to go to the IMF, that is a bad sign. Because the IMF is not someone you want to owe money to. Their terms are incredibly onerous, and they will absolutely destroy you. They will hollow you out even worse than anything any other globalist could possibly want. It's just, it's so dangerous and so poisonous to a nation to be in hoc to the IMF. You never want that for yourself or for your country.
I'm not sure that the IMF would come and bail us out at the moment, because I don't think an economy which basically robs the productive to fund the indolent and to fund welfare, I don't think the IMF would put up with that.
Well, I'm confused. So you're describing a country on the very brink of bankruptcy, insolvency.
I think we're very close to it.
But you're still importing hundreds of thousands of people every year as asylum seekers, as if you're a global empire that can just like spend money with...
I don't call them asylum seekers, because the majority of them aren't. They're economic migrants.
But whatever they are.
So that's a big difference.
Of course, but I don't even understand how... My country's insolvent also, so I'm not just speaking of Britain. But I don't understand how
most, if not all, Western governments and the countries that they control, they are either near insolvent or completely insolvent. They've just not been formally declared insolvent. In fact, I don't know if there is a solvent country anywhere in the world left. I think to some degree or another, maybe some small former Soviet territory, perhaps Singapore in Asia, possibly Chile if you had to look at a Latin American example. But everywhere else, they're insolvent, all of them. And it's to the point where nobody wants to just say, you know what, we just need to jubilee the debt. Because that is where we are. There's so much debt in the world, there is no hope of paying it off. Those that money is owed to, there is no realistic expectation they'll ever get paid back. We might as well just jubilee the debt. And what I mean by jubilee the debt is to forgive the debt. To basically take it off the books and say, you're not getting paid back. Sorry about that. And we just keep going about our business. Hopefully a little bit wiser next time. But then again, that could also have a certain moral hazard, a knock-on effect where countries will just rack up the debt again and then forgive it again, and then nobody will trust anybody else. I think that's the big thing, is everybody's afraid to just jubilee the debt. They know they can't pay it back. They're too scared to jubilee the debt because they're afraid that it'll set off a chain reaction of everybody else jubileeing the debt. And then they're afraid that trust is going to decline, even though trust has already declined. It's become this game of, if we don't declare it, and if we don't assign a label to it, and if we don't speak the truth about it, then it doesn't really exist and we can just keep going on as though nothing's wrong and nothing's happening, when everybody knows the emperor has no clothes. It's a very perverted game that the ruling class is playing.
France is probably worse than us if it's any consolation, Tucker, but I'm not really
France
interested
is
in a
always
race to the
worse.
bottom.
Yeah.
France is Europe's Mississippi. You can always point to them and say it's worse. But I don't understand how any country that's on the brink of not being able to serve its own people can decide to serve the world. I just don't get that.
Well, this is where we're delusional, because our own house isn't in order, and we
That's
spend
just
our
it. It's
lives
delusion.
worrying
It's
about
delusions of
what's
grandeur.
happening everywhere else, including sending vast amounts of money overseas in overseas aid. I mean, where the countries that a lot of these people are coming from, we're sending them aid. I mean, Pakistan, for instance, I think we send 130 million pounds a year to Pakistan.
Why?
Just one example. You tell me. And a lot of the people are coming from Pakistan. So
Yeah, it's just, it's almost like a money for people moving scheme, where money is sent over to Pakistan and it doesn't get distributed to the people, probably not even spent on things like infrastructure, sanitation, that sort of thing. It just sort of ends up in the hands of the ruling class over there, of people in power, and then they just sort of flush their nation's toilets and shit out a whole bunch of refugees that make their way towards Britain and towards other Western countries.
So I think it's just the people in power. They get a kick, like latter-day emperors who used to travel around the world dishing out sort of cash. I think it gives them a lot of pleasure to think that they are these important people dishing out money we haven't got.
Does anyone in London ever go to Switzerland in the winter to ski, or the south of France in the summer to relax? I know they do. Do they notice all the Ukrainians at the Hermes store using their money to buy handbags for 50 grand? Like, does anyone ever notice
I think
that?
people have noticed the Ukrainian money that's flowing into Monaco in particular.
Exactly.
So the number of Ukrainian...
It's not Ukrainian money, though. As they were talking, as they alluded to, that was money that came in from Western countries, namely the United States and NATO allies, laundered through Ukraine, supposed to be used to, finance a proxy war with Russia. And somehow it all, or a lot of it, just ended up in the hands of oligarchs and other corrupt people, denizens of the ungodly, who then took the money and themselves, ran away, and now they're shopping for $50,000 Hermes and Versace and Louis Vuitton handbags in places like Geneva.
In registered Porsches, in Porsches, Astons, whatever, in Monaco is massive.
But this is a country in the middle of a 4-year-long existential war. You would think people would be poor, but they're richer than ever. Not the people of Ukraine, but the people buying Aston Martins in Monaco and
they're ruling
spending
class.
$10,000 on dinner in Courchevel. That money is your money, my money. Does anyone care?
But you and I know that some people make a lot of money out of war. War works for some people.
Yeah, if they had any good sense, they'd be grabbing these Ukrainians by the scruff of their neck and demanding that money back, saying, "Oi, mate, where's my fucking money? Give it back. Hand it over." I mean, that's what I would be doing. I would be looking at these Ukrainian oligarchs as what they really are. They're just absolute thieves. And, if we had any sort of courage or good sense, that's exactly what we would do. Grab them by the shirt collar and say, "Oi, mush, give me back my fucking money. Or otherwise, you're going to get a knuckle sandwich."
It's not usually funded by other people's taxpayer. Like, the war profiteers are a feature of every war, of course, but this is this kind of weird war where...
The dirty casualty, thank you for the follow.
Well, I'm hoping, and it looks like there's some hope that there's been a breakthrough today on that front. I mean, I feel for the young men who are on both sides who
Definitely.
are,
I
who
agree.
are needlessly losing their lives, a bit like in our First World War.
Yes.
You know, I lost relations in the First and Second World War, but I mean, those people, if they looked at Britain today or they looked at America today, would they be prepared to give their lives as they did
not.
so valiantly in the trenches in the in Europe and you know, Gallipoli and other parts of the world? And many of them, some of them were American people.
Including relatives of mine.
Yeah.
Yes, I absolutely.
So would they feel comfortable? I'm not sure they would. And I think...
No. I mean, we just saw with an elderly World War II veteran on Remembrance, or close to Remembrance Sunday, on Good Morning Britain and ITV, being interviewed, and he was saying, he looks back and he's just said, it wasn't worth it. It just wasn't worth it in the end. That conversation, the ITV presenters, they tried to brush it off and move forward with that and everything. But those words, I think, resonated. It was like a bomb going off in the hearts and minds of so many people that it had a powerful effect. And I don't think people realize the gravity of that. I don't think people realize how big of an effect it's had. Because this was a sentiment that a lot of people have been feeling for some time now, just haven't really put it to words until then. And honestly, if Rupert or anyone has good sense, they will take that and run with it and use it to their advantage to say, look, our elders are looking at the ones that remain are looking at our country and saying the fight was not worth it. We need to make sure that their sacrifice was not in vain. That would have a powerful effect, I think, on the electorate in the UK, on British voters, and it would resonate with them. It would have an effect on them, and I think it would swing a lot of people over to what is the actual right side of history. To say, yeah, you know what? We're not going to let their sacrifice be in vain. We need to change course here because this is not working. What we've been doing for so long now has not been working. We need change.
You know, I think I've always thought that an important element of what made certainly the US and the UK successful was this Protestant ethic, this ethic of working hard, of contributing, of being part of something which is basically driven in order to create a better community.
Yes.
And I think we've lost that ethic, and we've now lost sight of what we are. And somehow we've got to get that back. And if we don't get that back, I don't think the outlook is very optimistic. I think it's not going to be good news.
How do you get that back?
Well, we're trying with Restore Britain. We see a movement as being the key. So the only way to, I think, show the sclerotic, dying organs of power that they need to change what they're doing is for a mass movement to grow spontaneously, which we are seeing. I mean, our social media recently has gone stratospheric, and I think people can see that we are trying our best to highlight the deficiencies in Parliament. That's why it's so important to be in Parliament, because we're able to actually, from inside, expose exactly how deficient it all is.
And then with social media,
and thanks to Elon Musk, you know, we actually have now got, I think, a far better, freer, more functional platform to get the message of what's happening out. And actually, as you know, transparency is the best cleanser of
this, despite efforts by Bofcom and the UK government to, and even other European governments, to try and censor X and define it and to try and regulate it out of existence. The platform continues to weather those storms, and weather it fairly well, I should say.
Any system, a transparent sort of look at what's going on, which is why very often a lot of these administrations try and keep things as closed down as possible. I'm always a great believer in, if it's transparent and open, it usually functions a lot better. So, I mean, look, we haven't got long to do this, and I think the people, if they agree with us, need to now show that they agree and actually do something about it. And I say to my friends, that they've had life too good. They have leveraged off the back of the people who did fight in the war, who did create this post-war respect for the US, for the UK, for the winners, for the Anglo-Saxon sort of alliance. And in that, I obviously include New Zealand and Australia and India to some extent, other parts of the world who fought for freedom. So I think we've got to stand up and be counted. I don't think we can all sit back and think it's going to be okay and it's somebody else's problem. It's going to be everybody's problem soon.
December's already here.
It's everybody's problem now.
Joe.
Some of what's happening here is so humiliating, and it's designed to be humiliating, taking migrants and giving them better lodging, better conditions than native-born Britons, many of whom are poor.
And many of whom are also veterans. It's all a humiliation ritual against the native population. It is designed to humiliate them, to make it known that they are considered lesser than by members of the ruling class.
That almost seems designed to infuriate people. It's too unfair. I wonder, does it stay peaceful, the response to that?
Well, you hope it stays peaceful and legal.
But eventually, you do it long enough, people start to run out of patience. And that's when you start to get civil unrest. And make no mistake, that is coming. That is coming. And you've got powerful people who almost want it to happen, to give themselves an excuse to crack down further, which is, it becomes this sort of self-perpetuating cycle. Crack down further, increases the social unrest, crack down further, increases social unrest. On and on it goes. Until finally, you have a literal Orwellian state, or you've got a country that the government is completely and totally toppled, and the nation is in anarchy. And I think there's a lot of people with just an absolute hate boner for all things Anglo or British that just, they want to see that happen. They want it all reduced to a pile of ashes. And some of them want that to happen so that they can rule over the pile of ashes, which just speaks to a sort of narrow-mindedness and lack of imagination or vision on their part. I mean, who would want to rule over a pile of ashes? I should much rather, if it were me, I should much rather rule over a happy, safe, prosperous, peaceful kingdom, where everything's in good shape, the people are thriving, the nation is healthy, and there's no question as to the legitimacy of the reigning monarch or the ruling government. But some people, all they want and see is just destruction and violence. Like a child, if I can't have the toy, I'll break it so no one can have it. Yes, by the way, welcome in, Valerian.
But, we've seen, and again, in response to the migrants, of course they shouldn't be allowing these people. I mean, we're quite clear they should be detaining and they should be deporting all illegal migrants.
Yes, detain, deport.
They are economic migrants, in my view, not asylum seekers. They've traveled through safe countries. They have no reason to be here, and they should be detained and deported.
They all just want to mooch off the system.
And I think then we turn our attention to people who've been brought here legally, who aren't contributing to the country. They also need to be looked at, and we need to decide how they work. And then we also need to look at the 9 million people of working age who aren't contributing to our society. They've been told it's okay to have mental health issues. It's okay to, stay at home, not work.
9 million non-working working
9 million people.
So how could you justify
We also have these schemes like Motability. I mean, the whole country is basically a fraud if you look at it. So, these people get motor cars. I think I'm right in saying 13% of new car registrations is Motability, which basically
I'm ignorant of what you're saying. What is it?
Motability is like a sort of scheme. So if you tick enough boxes, you get a car paid for by the taxpayer, 3 named drivers, all the insurance, and every 3 years you change the car. I mean, the whole thing is complete nonsense.
Yeah, it's almost like a lease program in the US for a motor car, except you don't have to pay for it, and you don't have to pay for the insurance. It is quite the gravy train, and it is so many people just mooching off the system like that. There's Motability, there's universal credit. You've got a lot of people mooching off the system who are, in reality, they are able-bodied, they're able to work, their so-called conditions are quite exaggerated to an incredibly overdramatic effect. These are the sort of programs that maybe not necessarily need to go away per se, though Motability probably does, but need to be severely curtailed, because you've got a lot of people taking advantage. I've also known my share of people who have been taking advantage of such systems, and they know they're taking advantage of these systems. They know they're just getting themselves on a nice little gravy train and just gaming the system. And it needs to stop. This cannot go on. This is not something that solvent, financially sound countries can endure for long.
You get a new car every 3 years?
Yeah, my friends buy old Motability vehicles when they've been used by these people who are on benefits. So no, I look, Tucker, there's a lot wrong, and we have to have a society. Britain voted for it. The British people voted in 2016, despite the fact the government advised them not to, but they voted to take back their sovereignty from the European Union. They voted for a British nation state, right? A nation state's job is to protect the interests of its electorate, its taxpayers, its people who live here, who contribute, have contributed historically, who basically...
Globalist elites have never let that go. They have never forgiven the UK for Brexit. They have never forgiven them for that. I think a lot of this is driven by that old grudge, that hatred, that resentment. And they have been making the British people suffer ever since.
Basically fill in their tax reform, write the check, work every hour God gives, try and bring their families up, and try and lead good lives. That's what we should be rewarding. We should not be rewarding an indolent, lazy culture. But as you probably know, the socialist sort of view of life often benefits from a dependency culture, because the people who are on dependency tend to vote for more dependency. And this is why I think the danger in the budget tomorrow is that Rachel Reeves does lift the two-child cap. So at the moment, if you're on benefits, there's a 2-child cap for benefits. She's intending to lift that, And she's then intending to raise the taxes on productive Britain, who can't afford to probably have more than two children, so they can pay for people who aren't working, who want to have more than two children. So the whole thing is completely arse about face. And I don't know how long it can go on before people do lose their temper. Hopefully they will join Restore Britain and give us the platform to be able to lobby for change and to effect change now. I don't think we've got time to wait. And I do think if the economic conditions turn down
Britain
very
is out of
badly,
time.
we will be forced into an election at some stage, and it may be before 29. That's the Achilles heel on the election.
God,
Where's the
so.
fierce island spirit that allowed Britons to rule the world?
Well, that is a very good question.
I'm not being mean. I'm just being
No, I think
sincere.
it's a very fair question, and I wonder. I mean, has everybody had life too good? Are they prepared to stir their stumps and actually contribute? Because there's no way that a few valiant people are going to be able to deliver this. This has to be a mass movement of entirely, it has to be a spontaneous movement. I think it is happening. I think it's beginning. I think
A lot of the older generation that were subject to things like wartime rationing, they're gone now. They've all passed, many of them have passed away. Post-war Britain, once you got out of the 40s and even to a certain extent the 50s, because a lot of wartime rationing continued on even after the Second World War. Late 50s and into the 60s, those were good years. Those were good years for Britain. And I think a lot of the younger generations that have come since, they've never really known serious hardship. I mean, it was rough times even in the 70s, but people still got on all right. Well, then 80s and 90s came along, and those were just practically jubilant years. I mean, they were. It was a good time to be British. Those were really good years. And then the 2000s came about, and it all just got pissed away, and it all just came undone. And ever since, it's just been suffering and managed decline. And I don't think that we have a generation of people, especially of young people, that have the stomach to endure what their grandparents and the great-grandparents had to endure. With the 2 world wars, with wartime rationing, daily risk of air raids and just, you know, all of the danger that they had to live with. I don't know if they can endure that, because we really have had it too good for too long. And now the lean years are really starting to set in. And things have got to turn around. Things have got to turn around, and we've got to have a return to prosperous Britain. Otherwise, you are going to see civil unrest. It's coming. It's just a matter of timing.
we can see through our social media, we can see that people are concerned. And I don't think it's a big jump from being concerned to actually doing something about it.
But how can your average Briton allow its government to arrest people for saying naughty words on social media? Thousands of people every year, thousands.
Well,
how can they allow that? Why don't they surround Parliament, like lift it off its foundations or something? Seriously.
Well, as you and I know, free speech is the absolute key to a functioning democracy.
You created it. This country created free speech.
And it's so important to everything. And we recently had a debate in Parliament because with our membership now, we can in Parliament you can have a debate or force a debate in Westminster Hall with 100,000 signatures on an e-petition. So to your point, there's the best example of this is probably Lucy Connolly, who was caught up in the Southport in the whole sort of emotional upheaval of the Southport killings, where three young girls were stabbed to death, and I think the country spontaneously reacted. Labour say it was some sort of right-wing planned.
Only right-wingers object to kids being killed.
It's not. It was a spontaneous reaction across the country. So Lucy Connolly posted something ill-advised, but arguably, she deleted it 3 hours later, obviously after the heat had gone out of it.
She said that the people who did this came from a migrant hostel.
But she went to prison for 30 weeks, I think it was. Was it 30 weeks? I think something like that. A bit more than that, a bit more. So she came. We hosted her in Parliament.
Did she harm anybody?
No.
No, of course not.
No. I get death threats, Tucker.
That is what they call a non-crime hate incident. She said some mean things against a certain protected class, and for that she was arrested and sentenced to prison time. It's madness. It's absolute madness. And it just goes to show you that doing this to thousands of people every year, that is not what a legitimate government does to its people. Any government that does that to the people, it has no legitimacy. None. And this particular government, the legitimacy, it was never really there to begin with.
Report it to the police. I think I've had 8 death threats in the last 3 months. And we report it to the Metropolitan Police, and the square root of nothing happens. So I would have thought people making death threats is far more dangerous than people posting something in the heat of the moment on social media that they then redact.
But you're a member of Parliament.
I'm a member of Parliament. Yeah.
And you get death threats, and
we get death threats
and
on
the police
social media.
do nothing.
But they took your guns away?
Well, that was because Reform, for some extraordinary reason, politically assassinated me and made some false witness statements that I had. Mohammed Ziauddin Yusuf said that I had threatened him in a meeting, which was palpable rubbish, and that I stood over him and I threatened to hit him. Well, I'm 68 and he's 38, so that's a bad idea to start with. And it just didn't happen like that. So, at the end of the day, we had a debate about Great Yarmouth and my branch office in Great Yarmouth, no more, and the WhatsApp chain proved it. But he gave this witness statement, and then Lee Anderson gave a witness statement to say that I was going around Parliament saying I was a very fine shot and I was going to shoot Zia Yusuf. Well, as a result of which the Metropolitan Police arrived mob-handed and took my guns away. And it took me about 5 months to get them back.
What a dick. Lee Anderson, you're a cunt. You too, Zia Yusuf, you're an even bigger cunt. Fuck them both.
So, look, and they also suggested I had early onset dementia, which was, again, pretty unpleasant thing to do.
Yeah, chat, we've just watched about 40 minutes of a conversation between Rupert Lowe and Tucker Carlson. I'm not seeing signs of dementia here, even with the edits. That sort of thing makes itself readily apparent, oftentimes within mere moments of talking to someone. There's no sign of dementia. There's no sign of cognitive decline with Rupert Lowe. If anything, he is sharper than ever. And I think the tape here bears that out.
Do they have any evidence?
I don't think I've got early onset dementia. Not that I'm aware, but I obviously, those people who do have it, it's a pretty horrific thing to have.
Oh, of course it is.
And if I did have it and they'd said that, it would have been even more unpleasant. So, I hope I haven't got
Fair.
it. I hope I haven't got it, Tucker. But, anyway, so we again, fortunately, I'm able to fund the legal costs required. I was able to go on the attack. And I think, what they did was just morally and in every other way wrong.
But this country, its authorities can just show up and take your guns.
In many ways, that will forever be a stain of original sin levels on reform. And all because Nigel Farage feared the rising star that is Rupert Lowe. In an alternate timeline, with a Nigel Farage that is more secure in who he is and is not easily threatened by others, there was the potential for both Farage and Rupert Lowe to perhaps be Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. And they would have been an absolute dynamic duo. Sadly, that is not to be. Because Nigel Farage, as I've stated many times before, he cannot get out of his own way. He cannot get out of his own way. He is so easily threatened by other people that if even a tiny little bit of the spotlight is taken off of Nigel, Nigel just goes absolutely ballistic. He is such a sensitive, insecure little man. And that will always be his Achilles heel. And that is why even with Reform making these massive gains in the polls, potentially poised to blow out the Labour Party and a good chunk of the Tories, I seriously wonder if Nigel Farage will be the next Prime Minister. I think, if anything, who Tucker is talking to here has greater potential to be the next Prime Minister, because Rupert Lowe is a man who is secure in who he is. He's successful in his own right, successful businessman, done rather well for himself, doesn't need money, not a man you can bribe, gives his salary away to charities in his constituency, and very similar to the American president, Donald Trump, he really just doesn't give a fuck what other people think of him. He is almost laser-like focused on just doing the right thing for his constituents and for Britain. That's what you need to see in a leader. That is exactly what you need to see in a leader. And that's why I think if anyone needs to be the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, they need Rupert Lowe.
Without producing a conviction, putting you on trial, proving you did anything wrong. They can
this country is going badly wrong. I mean, it is going badly wrong. But I think that's probably a symptom of the fact, we've lost our way. People aren't as principled as they used to be, and ultimately, it's a function of statism. I mean, it used to happen in the Soviet Union when you get central planning and you get Stasi-like behavior.
Yes.
You get little people making malign decisions behind closed doors and damaging the interests of the good people. So I always say in Russia, when the USSR, that the qualification you needed to best survive was to be a very good liar.
Yes.
And I think as a result of that, your entire fabric of your society starts to fall apart, which is what happened with them. Nobody takes any responsibility. And then, what was it, a generation and a half later, the whole thing imploded. But on the way, a lot of people died, and a lot of people had a pretty hellish life. Not least one of my favorite characters, Alexander Solzhenitsyn.
Yes.
Who I think made some very meaningful comment about sort of people being free and equal and equal and free, or not equal and not free, whichever way you want to look at it. So he made some great comments. So
certainly did.
I think we are suffering from too much central planning, too much statism, and too many small people in positions of influence.
Last question. I look at what's happening in Ireland, and I know complicated relationship between the two countries, but what's happening to Ireland with mass migration is basically identical to what's happening here in Great Britain, and it's also happening in Australia and Canada and the US. It's so close, like almost precise. It's the same template. That cannot be what is that? What are the forces pushing that?
Well, I think we have to ask ourselves, why did the post-war elite think that this experiment with multiculturalism was a good idea?
Yes.
And I don't think...
They gaslit and brainwashed themselves into magic dirt theory, thinking if you just get these savage people over to civilized countries, that they'll all of a sudden start walking, talking, acting, and thinking like the native population, and boom, you've got instant Westerners, almost like treating people like a collective crate full of pot noodles or instant noodles. Just add water and boom, ready to eat. Or in this case, ready to vote and be productive citizens of Western democratic countries. And it just didn't work that way, did it? If anything, those people brought their backwards ways with them to these Western countries, and in many ways have started turning the Western countries, and particularly the neighborhoods they live in, into favelas that look an awful lot like the shitholes that they came from. And so that's what we're left with. The favela, which is something that nobody wants, and yet we're stuck with it now. Thanks, I hate it.
Any of them have ever really answered that question. I think, obviously, Ireland is a function of what's happening here. I mean, you've obviously got the wretched Northern Ireland Protocol, which morphed into the Windsor Agreement, which is shocking division of the United Kingdom, which effectively was if you like, sacrificed on the altar of Brexit. But on the multiculturalism, and again, this goes to, you probably know we've got a big...
Can I repeat what you just said? Because I think I want the question to hang in the air. Why did the post-war elite, I think I'm quoting you, decide that this multiculturalism experiment was a good idea?
I don't know. I think it's a thoroughly bad idea. I like
so obviously
nation states who interface with each other, who respect each other, who respect each other's culture, and who basically, interface with each other like that to try and create this. And again, does it go to the World Economic Forum? Is it the Bilderbergers? Is it the Council on Foreign Relations? Look, where does...
What? He's actually name-dropping these organizations. Council on Foreign Relations, the Bilderberg Group. I don't think... I never thought in my lifetime I would hear someone like Rupert Lowe mention those organizations and talk about things that were oftentimes just sort of these hushed conspiracy theories. He is. He's just like, it could be the World Economic Forum, could be, the fucking Bilderberg Group, it could be the Council on Foreign Relations and that lot over there. We don't know. I never thought anyone in elected office would ever utter the names of these organizations. Again, it just shows you how much the Overton window has shifted to where these sorts of things can be publicly talked about and acknowledged by politicians. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Does the truth lie? I mean, I find it, probably like you do, incredibly difficult to work out where the truth lies often in our,
Very hard.
in our modern age. Most people want to live a healthy life centered around their community and their family, and they want to, you know, be able to wake up in the morning and feel that they've done the right thing by everybody. But it does seem that there is this malign agenda to break down families, to break down communities, to create this multicultural world where I guess arguably a small global elite are able to exert undue influence on how everybody else leads their lives. That's the only solution I can come up with with my limited intellect, but it doesn't add up, does it? It doesn't make sense.
Honestly, it doesn't. And I remember hearing people 30 years ago hint that there was some multinational or pan-global conspiracy from the groups you just mentioned, and thinking this is obviously a mentally ill person talking. And now you just watch the accumulated evidence is overwhelming. This is not organic. It's not the product of democracy.
It's not in the interest of our country. It's not in the interest of your country.
And no one wants it.
It's not in the interest of Ireland, and none of the electorate want it. So
how are we getting it?
And yet it's being forced upon us all, and we're suffering as a result. Welcome in, Jedi. How are you?
All at the same time.
Well, it's a very good question, Tucker. I just don't know the answer to that. But what I do know is the people who care about it happening need to now coalesce and actually start to show those people who are perpetrating this on us that they don't want it. And if that means that they get turfed out of power, that's what's got to happen. We've got to turf them out of power and make common sense prevail. It's common sense we're lacking everywhere. But I think there are, you know, as I said, there are some signs that that in the US, you know, people are beginning to address it and people are beginning to take action. But it's like walking through glue, isn't it? I mean, there's this malign power base that doesn't lie down very easily, and it's always there, waiting to pounce again.
They're either going to lie down, or they're going to be knocked down. And for some, they may need to be knocked down permanently. Because we are getting to the point where that's what it's going to take. They're either going to lie down or they're going to get knocked down. Because this cannot go on.
Thank you very much, Rupert, for talking to me. That was great.
Pleasure.
And just in time, too, I could hear the clattering of silverware and flatware and everything, and the sounds like the tea ladies had come in, and it was time for tea.
Christmas is back, and so is our...
We'll give that a like. There is the link. We'll post that in chat. So that's good. All right. Let's see. We'll hang on to the... Now, this one could take a while, too. I may not be able to get to this one.
First off, there's a pretty...
Chat, give me a couple of minutes here. I'll dash over to the loo real quick, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, chat. Okay, now this was... Chat, you mentioned this earlier. Bit of a row on social media. Two personalities colliding. Nada VT, more known recently for their debate that they had with our dear lovely Leaflet here. To which safe to say, yeah, Leaflet won that one. And it was more of a just on the realization that it's still quite pointless to try and debate anyone like that. Rosso, thank you for following me over on Kick. It's nice to see more members of my community making the move over to Kick and following me over there. But yes, yeah, apparently, what victory was not extracted from Nyada by Leaflet, thoroughly extracted, when Nyada got the piss taken out of them by none other than J.K. Rowling. Let's have a look here.
First off, there's a pretty... Did you guys see this? J.K. Rowling apparently has ratioed Nyara VT. This is the latest news that just came out. So we have Nyara with a post here. So this is a kind of multi... let's like go into this. Okay, so Nyara's like first post here is a serious question. Who does this help? Literally excluding young girls from activity. Okay, so let's read the original post first, okay? Pink News reports girl guiding. The hell is that? What the hell is girl guiding?
It's, I think that's the equivalent, British equivalent of the Girl Scouts.
Hell is that? Girl guiding will no longer allow trans young people to join its scouting groups under new updates to its inclusion policies. The group, which is previously, is this like the Girl Scouts?
Yes.
It's a UK version of the Girl Scouts, okay.
Yes.
The group, which was previously known as Girl Guides, announced on the 2nd of December that it had made the difficult decision to ban all trans girls from its groups.
I don't see what is so difficult about that. It's just the right thing to do.
Including the Rainbows, Brownies, and the Guides and the Rangers. The organization first allowed trans girls to join its scouting groups in 2017 after passing new guidelines aimed at supporting all girls and young women. However, it has since reversed those guidelines following detailed considerations in the wake of the Supreme Court's judgment determining that the 2010 Equality Act's definition of woman referred to biological sex only. All right, well, and you know, to be honest, I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, tell me if I'm lying here. This is the natural result of people decategorizing everything. Of course this would happen.
Yes. I think that's
so
fairly accurate,
if
yeah.
you have...
We had perfectly good and proper categories for things in life. And then you had activists, perverts, and autogynephiliacs wanting to come in and fuck all that up. And, you know, Lord knows why they would want to do that with... Well, I think we have a good idea of why a lot of them wanted to do this with girl guides. You had men wanting to pretend to be women to get into the girl guides to take advantage of and molest and sexually abuse young girls. I mean, that's the only explanation I can think of why people would want to do something like that. They just wanted to come in and groom and sexually abuse and molest young girls in Girl Guide. And now they can't really do that.
And if you have, you have transgender people, right? And you say, okay, well, listen up. What is that? That's whatever. It's whatever you want. It's whatever you decide at that moment. If you decide
It's an
tomorrow
invitation for disaster.
that you're a woman, then you're a woman. If you decide tomorrow that you're a man, then you're a man. There's no process. There's nothing. It's whatever you say you are. It's only it is inevitable that this would be the result.
Yes,
with the lack of process,
course.
the lack of vetting, dude, maybe lack of vetting is the fucking issue in society. We just, for some reason, we just have decided to accept everybody without any sort of filter. And again, like this is the issue with it, is
not
when
thinking of any sort of consequence, especially where security and safety are concerned. And anyone who raises those sorts of concerns are called nasty names and cancelled and have their lives destroyed, their livelihoods put in jeopardy, or completely deprived of them altogether. All because some perverts wanted to get into Girl Guides and do perverted things. That's the only reason that any of this is an issue.
when you do that and you create such a, well, it's just whatever you say you are, then obviously people are going to say, well, wait a minute, this is very abusable. You know what? Let's just go as hardcore as possible. Now none of you trans people can join. This is just a natural result of that, obviously. Because people don't want to deal with edge cases. People don't want to deal with it right? Because you're going to have to assume that everyone's like that at that point. Because all it's going to take is like a bad actor. So I mean, like, here's the thing. Say that Girl Guiding did this. Okay, let's hear me out. Let's like construct like a hypothetical. All right, so
there we go.
What do you think would happen if Girl Guiding said instead, like, listen, we had a case where, this boy just said that they were a girl to like join, the scouts or whatever. They did that, but they're kind of like they change their gender whenever they feel like, whatever they feel like tomorrow. That's like the gender that they pick, and they want to join the scouts. What do you think would happen if Girl Guiding said, okay, those people are banned. Sorry. Those people are banned. So any trans person that hasn't gone through the process, they're banned. What do you think's going to happen? Do you think that the trans community is going to be okay with that? Do you really think that they would be satisfied with that? Oh, okay. So there's like a process for which like you can determine if a kid is trans, whatever, hypothetically.
No, they
right?
wouldn't
and
wear
then,
it.
A kid went through that process and then we'd let them in, but everyone else you can't join. Do you think they would be okay with that? Like, let's be
No.
real.
You give them an inch, they will take a mile.
Are they going to accept that? Probably not.
No.
And this is
Why
the
would
issue.
they? Why would they when they know that they can get more concessions out of you? You've already ceded ground and permitted one concession. Why not grab the whole thing? Big Fat Miles, welcome in. Why not grab the whole kit and caboodle and just run with it? Hollow out the organization, then wear it like a skin suit and demand respect and legitimacy from others.
Like, I've been saying this forever. This is the problem with the trans community, is they don't have any sense of, they have zero respect for normal society. That's the issue.
Because they themselves are not normal. They are an aberration. A mutation of sorts, if you will. And yet they demand that they be treated as though they are normal. They are not. They are deviants. Now, if they just recognized that and took ownership of it, accepted it, probably wouldn't be as much of an issue, and we wouldn't be dealing with this much behavior from them. But no. They got greedy. They went past the mark that they aimed for, and they never learned where or how to stop. They just kept moving the goalposts further and further and further down because they got greedy and wanted more than what people and society were willing to give them. And now they're having to deal with the snapback. Yes, they wanted progress for the sake of progress. And now, they are at risk of losing it all. Because they never learned where to stop. The same could be said for the other letters in the alphabet community known as LGBT. First it was gay marriage. Then it was bake the cake bigot. Then it was let us adopt children. Then it was drag queen story hour. Then it was men in women's bathrooms. And yeah, now you've got all of this going on. With men and boys trying to get into girl guides. And we know why. Because they want to take advantage of and molest and sexually abuse girls. Because it's a movement that has been largely headed up now by perverts and sexual degenerates. Nonsense. And they can't just seem to keep their sexual peccadillos in check. You know, hide your power level, sheathe your freak flag, and keep that stuff on the down low, and at least try to be fucking normal for once in their miserable goddamn lives. They can't help themselves. They have genuinely gotten high on their own supply, and now they are risking losing everything. And this is but one more harbinger of what we're going to see in the coming years as all this stuff gets slowly rolled back. Particularly as certain Muslim and in Middle Eastern factions start to take greater levels of power in Western countries that they have invaded. The LGBT crowd banded together with them, much like communists did with Islamic extremists in Iran. And once the Islamic extremists got their way, very quickly discarded the communists. And oftentimes had them lined up and shot. Just don't notice the last names of the ones who crafted the trans experiment in Weimar, Germany. Yes. Funny that. Anyway.
No boundaries. Exactly. It's all or nothing. Right? And so when you create a situation like that, obviously where is it to go? Except, okay, we're going to take the maximalist, like, other side position now. None of you can join. Obviously that would happen. And you see this happening again in real time all across all aspects of gender in society, where people's positions have changed from before it being like, oh, okay, well, well, you know, you say you're a girl. Okay, well, you know, let's see some process. Like maybe like we'll talk about it. We'll talk about you being in women's spaces after you get surgery, or after you've gone through the process for this amount of time. You've had psychological testing for this amount of time. Then we can talk about it, right? It went from that to I could say I'm a man tomorrow and I'm a man. Do you see my point, chat?
It's madness.
Do you see my point
it's
of how
absolute madness?
All of the boundaries have been fucking demolished, crushed, tossed aside, where they don't care anymore about any. They don't care about people, reasonable people, that just want to live their lives with how things were.
No, they don't. And the I just want to grill crowd, you've got to be willing to fight for that. The price of that is eternal vigilance. Because otherwise, you're not going to be allowed to just grill or just play video games. These people will take and pervert and destroy everything and everyone you love. Because it is like this gluttonous monster that just cannot stop devouring everything in its path. Because everything's got to become a trans thing. Everything's got to become a gay thing. It's like their sexuality is their whole identity, and they will devour everything in their path and make it a trans thing, or make it a gay thing. They will not stop. Because they can't stop themselves. They are slaves to their flesh. They are slaves to their gluttonous desires. And this is what we're seeing in real time with stories like what's going on with Girl Guides. They just can't stop themselves.
A reality that has been known since the dawn of time. They want to toss all of that aside. Any sort of respect for the majority of society, like they've completely changed things to where the minorities should decide everything. Whoever
they will pervert and destroy not only everything, but the very meaning of words, to the point where words just don't have any meaning. And it will come to the point where, left unchecked, they will try to not only come after the things and the people you love, but even eventually you. Because it's all ultimately just a humiliation ritual for them. And they'll see people like you and me as sort of a final boss of sexual conquest, to where they will either humiliate you or try to get you to surrender to them in terms of your rights and even in terms of sexually. Because I can only imagine how many of this lot just get off on that sort of thing. Because again, their gluttony and their greed knows no bounds. Because these are the same people. Like with one of these comments up here, it went from respect my pronouns to your children are trans now. They'll come for your children, they'll come for your family members, they'll come for your friends, and then they'll come for you. Because everything is just a sexual conquest for them. Ultimately and fundamentally, it's all just a sexual conquest for them.
Whoever's the most butthurt, whoever's the most sad, they should decide everything. And the only reason that's been sustainable is because, to be honest, people in the West are really nice. Western culture people, we're very nice compared to the rest of the world. Try doing that in fucking Pakistan. Or Iraq.
You will die if
They'll
you do
fucking
that.
kill you.
Yes.
What?
They will bind you in chains and toss you off the highest rooftop, and they won't think twice about it. They will think absolutely nothing of it. Because as savage as those parts of the world can be, they know. They know what happens when you tolerate degeneracy like that. Completely unchecked degeneracy, able to operate out in the open with zero resistance and zero thought to any sort of concept of decorum or just public decency. They know. The entire struggle for benders and wig wearers is just endless unrestricted sex. Yes, it's gluttony. That's all it is. They just want one orgy after another. And the only thing it ends with is them contracting some weird STD and dying from it. Or slowly going insane from it and then dying from it.
Somalia. Yeah. So, what I'm saying is, Americans, the West, Western culture, we're very nice and accepting people.
Too nice.
And they
oftentimes too
abuse
accepting.
our tolerance. They weaponized it against us, basically.
Yes.
And it's like I
We
said,
made it
this
so easy for them.
overreach. The funny thing is if you were to, I'm old enough to remember basically everyone saying, yeah, gay marriage, sure, yeah, all right. Majority of people thought that. Whatever you think personally, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the majority of people. Majority of people were okay with that. Now people are like, I don't know about that. You remember how we said, and then remember how they said it was a slippery slope? And you guys said it wasn't? Yeah, I don't know. Drag Queen Story Hour? Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know. We need a polite society.
I knew deep down when the Supreme Court in the US made its decision, this stuff was bound to happen eventually. It was going to open the floodgates for all of this, and we have just been dealing with the fallout ever since. That reminds me of a scene from Murdoch. Dr. Murdoch invents a cure for AIDS, and a nurse goes, "Wow, doctor, think of all the homosexuals and Africans you've saved." Dr. Murdoch then goes, "Oops," after dropping the cure. The sort of edgy humor you could only find from Murdoch.
Like Japan is polite. Well, Japan is Japan. America is America. I don't think America has to be Japan. It's just people have discovered basically the kindness of the West and have used it against us in every fucking way. And if you think about it, if you really think about it, it's so true. They've used, I'm speaking as an American specifically, and you know, maybe you can speak for your own country if you're from a different country, but as an American, they've weaponized our niceness against us, our kind nature as Americans. They've completely used it against us. Oh, we need money because we got attacked by this other country and they're very big bad. And like, you care about us, right? You care about the rest of the world, right? You care about these innocent people being hurt, right, America? Give us more money, otherwise people are gonna die. Oh, you know, American economy is so good. You can give money to people that have nothing. Oh, you know, this country sucks really bad and people want to move to, people want to get out of there because it's bad. Like, you're gonna let them in, right, America? They've completely weaponized this against us. Rana says, the problem I see with them taking the maximum counter positions is that it starts creating a culture where that maximum counter attitude becomes a norm. Right now, it's trans issues and immigration issues, but this could easily expand to maximum with other things. So I'm not really a fan of you know, the maximum position on...
Behavior like this, though, makes maximum positions inevitable, though. Because it's just they're driving all the reasonable people out of the conversation to the point where all you have are the unreasonable people, the maximalists. Are you telling me you've been watching some Murdoch Rex to be familiar with their edgy humor? Well, I've certainly seen some of the things you've posted in the Castle Rexworth Discord.
On things. It's like I said, I'm a moderate. I've never lied about that. I've told you guys straight up that, you know, as much as everyone likes to say that I'm an alt-right, turbo far-right, Nazi authoritarian, KKK, literally like Shin Mecha Hitler, as much as they like to say that about me, it's just not true. I'm very moderate about things. I've never lied about that. And I definitely don't like the maximal position on things either, but I mean, that's where we're going. That's where the train is going. I can't stop it. I'm just watching it. I'm literally just sitting here watching the train wreck. I see it coming. I know what's going to happen. I've known that this was going to happen for a long time. Believe the internet says...
We all saw it coming. I mean, so much of what we're talking about now, in this current Overton window of acceptable discourse, you were hearing people in the so-called alt-right talking about these things 5, even 10 years ago. The mainstream is just now catching up. A lot of this sounds like reruns of some alt-right podcasts that used to be in circulation. Damn, Leaf, keep going with those labels. Who told you to stop or they were bad? I know, right? It's like the Osmond bit, you know. Well, you're this evil, racist, sexist, Shin Turbo Nazi. Oh, all right. Well, that's bad. For you, maybe.
All those things clearly can't lie on the internet. Yeah. Well, the reason they call me that is because it's the only way for them to fight against me. It's like I said, like they won't. They
much
won't
of a fight. I mean, that's if all you have is to call people names like that. You've lost the plot. You've lost the argument. And ultimately, that's all that leftists have, is just the ability to emotionally manipulate, lie, distort the meaning of words to deceive people, which feeds back into lying, and call people naughty names. That's it. That's all they got. They are bereft of any sort of intellectual foundation beyond power for power's sake. Power comes out of the barrel of a gun. And calls for violence and death.
They won't fight against me with logic and philosophy. They won't fight me on it.
They have none.
So they basically have to. It's kind of like what Andrew Wilson said. Yeah.
For a movement and a portion of the political spectrum that is so big on naming and shaming people as reactionaries, they themselves have actually become quite the reactionary movement. Joe, thank you for the 50 kicks. How are you?
Yesterday, they have to basically poison the well. They have to go after you in, you know, whatever ways possible to discredit you, so that they don't even have to fight you in the first place. I mean, look what happened with Nyara. Look at how many people like were mad at Nyara for even talking to me.
Yes, that's another thing, is the idea of, oh, how dare you even give such and such person a platform. Because certain people don't like certain other people. Those certain other people are somehow not allowed a platform to even talk. That they should just be silenced. By that logic, I should never have interviewed Nachisumiku for my podcast. But I've never subscribed to that sort of thing. If anything, it's only going to make me more interested in talking with those people, because I want to hear what they have to say. Because obviously it upsets so many people, including upsetting the right sort of people, that I'm naturally curious. So I want to hear what they have to say. I want to hear what they have to say that is just so goddamn triggering to other people. And come to find out, it's like, oh, really? That's it? That's all you got? Yeah, it amazes me. Just the type of cold takes that are in this world that absolutely trigger other people. But then again, what do we expect from the professionally offended? From people who just... That's how they give their pointless, meaningless lives some sort of meaning, by just getting offended at certain things. How else are they to feel alive? Was watching Kirsche talking about bridge, felt like a change of tone, probably going to lurk for the most part. I appreciate the lurk, Joe. No, I understand. Bridge is... It's good that she's talking about that, though I can understand it gets down into the weeds quite often, but still, somebody's got to shine a light on it, and I'm glad it's Kirsche who's doing that.
Which is why, like, as much as you guys dislike Nyara, I at least commend them on being able to speak, have a conversation, because no one else will. Well, actually, yes. I have another person that's
might as well invite Nyara on the program and have him make an absolute bloody fool of himself. Which, from everything I saw, that's exactly what happened. It just got to be this rather exhausting conversation with Leaflet that just... Everything was... Eventually, everything just turned into a fucking genocide with Nyada. And all of these times that he tried to play gacha with Leaflet, I just... You could see the setup coming from a mile away. To where every time I'm just like, wow, mate, is this really the best that you can do? They are not sending their best to deal with people like us. They are not sending their best. Well, how about what I feel? Me, me, me. Yeah, it's all about Nyada. Definite main character syndrome with that one.
Been messaging me asking, what do you guys think? Should I talk to them? I've had another person on the left that wants to have a conversation with me about trans stuff, apparently, and like maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe they'll do better than Nyada.
The smaller VTuber. Why bother? It helps me to hone my skills. Am I the only one that thinks that? I don't know. Maybe I just have a gamer mentality. I'm just a gamer mentality. The more I play, the better I get. The more I play without giving up, the better I get, the stronger I get. Stella Montes, lose 10 rounds in a row, come out with big loot, learn all of the fighting, learn how to position, learn how to peek, learn how to rotate, learn everything.
She's far more patient, Leaflet, than I ever would. I'm not interested in debating with these people because I know they're not going to come in good faith to debate. So and any slight inkling or desire for debate or conversation with these people, that, like I said, that all died when Charlie Kirk got shot. When people like them shot Charlie Kirk and then celebrated about it over social media. At that point, I'm just like, I'm done with these people. I want them stripped of all power. I want them stripped of the franchise. I should love for all the things that they would wish upon me. I hope even a fraction of it happens to them. I would be satisfied with even a fraction of it happening to them. I don't necessarily wish death upon them, but perhaps they need to have a taste of what it's like to lose things that they love, things that they enjoy. Have those things taken from them for the change. They need to have a taste of the sort of suffering that they have inflicted upon other people, or that they would advocate inflicting upon other people. That's what I wish for them. And maybe that makes me a worse person than someone like Leaflet or anybody else, but much like the American president, I hate my enemies and I do not want what's best for them.
And I might die over and over and over again, but as long as I don't Alt F4, I'm still learning, I'm getting stronger. Do it for Charlie. I think about that all the time, Dark Knight, David. Anyway, it's like I said, so in conclusion for what I've been saying is that this is the natural progression. This is the natural progression of the overreach, basically. And to be honest, I would be against this anyway.
Apex Adam King 69's got a good point here. She really needs to sleep before doing another debate like that. I think she went some 24 hours without sleep before having that debate with Nyada VT. That on her part, and I believe she's acknowledged this too, that was a mistake. She needs to be well rested and 100% mentally in the game. Still, to her credit, for someone who had gone 24 hours without sleep, noticeably sleep deprived, she held her own rather well. And personally, I think she came out the winner. Just for the simple fact that she put up with Nyada for as long as she did. I know I don't have the patience to deal with someone like that. You know, they even have it in their Twitter bio. Can't shut up about trans rights. Maybe you should. Have you tried? It's the old question of just, can you fucking not for just a little while? Maybe you should try shutting up about trans rights. Everybody hates this bitch. Gosh, I wonder why. Have you tried the more flies with honey than vinegar approach? Maybe if you stop doing shit that makes everybody hate you so much. Maybe if you just stopped being so goddamn insufferable. Have you considered trying that? Bet you haven't. The Enlightenment was a mistake. Yes. At this point, yes.
This might be a hot take. Well, not here, but this is probably a hot take on the internet as a whole. Not here. Here, you guys will agree with me on this, but I think this is a bad idea in general because again, I don't subscribe to the idea of trans kids because I think they don't know enough. I think that trans kids do exist. They'll say that, oh, you don't think trans kids exist, Leaflet? No, I think they exist. I just don't know if they're trans or not. There's too much.
I don't think they... I will go one step further. I don't think they really exist. I think what you're dealing with is a chemical imbalance within their bodies. Young lads who have an inadequate amount of testosterone, and young lasses who have an inadequate amount of estrogen. And I think if you were to address that issue, you would find all of this talk and thoughts of transgenderism, they just go away of their own accord.
Societal pressure, too much parental pressure, too much propaganda, too many psyops that and kids are too impressionable, too malleable, their mind. So scientifically speaking, when, and this is why grooming exists, by the way. You know how they say grooming? The fact that the word grooming exists is basically proof of what I'm saying. Is that
guys, this may be a hot take, gives an average opinion from the 90s. Women, I mean, not just women, everybody. It's average opinion from the 90s. They are really such the coldest takes, and yet you have people out there that just go absolutely mad when they hear that. When they hear that average opinion from the 90s. The sort of common sense that we grew up with. And you've got people that are so disturbed and just so mentally unwell that those sorts of cold takes send them into an absolute tizzy that they think they shall faint from the vapors.
Kids are very, they have a lot of neuroplasticity. It's the reason they learn stuff faster, pick up on culture faster. Kids really take in a lot more than we would think. So, and of course there's varying degrees of this, but I worry that a lot of kids are being kind of pushed into it by people, and then they have a sunk cost fallacy at the end. That's kind of my thoughts on it, is that
some people do, yeah. There's
a lot of societal pressure for it, and then if you're like a girl who's like slightly tomboy, you're a girl who's tomboyish, you like guy things, or you're like a guy, or you're like a little boy and you like girl things, then it's like, oh, you must be trans then. And then they're like, oh, if you
back in the 2000s, if you were a man who was tended to put a lot of effort into your appearance and into your personal style and whatnot, they had a name for something like that. They were called metrosexuals. especially the more effeminate types. They weren't exactly gay, but they also weren't exactly the most macho of men. And now people have decided that no, there's no such thing as a metrosexual. They've all got to be trans now. Because apparently that's the cool, hip, new thing. That was a good word for that, yes. They were men who were in touch with their feminine side. Our culture has degraded. It has. It has degraded so much. And before they were called metrosexual, generations ago, they were referred to as something else. Foppish. These were gentlemen who would dress impeccably well, but were a bit flashy with their choice of suits, patterns of suits, patterns of shirts, patterns of neckties. Might be tempted to wear a straw hat in the city rather than, you know, a classic derby or a bowler hat or something like that. They were called foppish back in the day because they had a tendency to be a little bit garish and flashy with their style. But there was no question that they were still men at the end of the day, though some could, I guess, be suspected of being homosexual. But still, we had other names for it, and nowadays it seems like there's, like Leaflet said, there's just so much pressure on them that foppishness is not permitted. Being a metrosexual, not permitted anymore. No, they all have to be trans now. They all have to cut their dicks off, take hormones, and put on wigs and dresses. What a terrible degradation of culture and society. What a disgusting perversion. I'd much rather have the metrosexuals and the foppish types. Because at worst they might be a bit outlandish and flashy, but not insufferable.
If you like dresses, you must be trans. You like to play with I don't know, trucks or whatever. I don't know, whatever. You like to play with those things. You like cars. You like to fix cars. Oh, you must be a boy. And I think like this kind of seeds in the mind.
That
like
is probably the greatest unpardonable sin, is what this lot has tried to do to the tomboy. And we are indeed base tomboy enjoyers around here. We love ourselves some tomboys. And the idea even that they could pressure and convince young women to mutilate their bodies and take male hormones and try to pass themselves off as men when really they just need to embrace their tomboyishness. Because in many ways it is sort of the best of both worlds. Girl who's rough and tumble enough to keep up with the lads, but also has a certain gentleness and quiet elegance to herself that when she cleans up, my God, does she clean up nice. You know, imagine somebody like Tomoe Umari. I believe she works as a mechanic or something like that in the American military. So doing a very traditionally masculine job. Shoots off guns. Crawling around in the dirt and mud. All as part of her military training. And yet, at least in my headcanon, when she gets dressed to the nines, dear Lord, she could make your jaw drop right to the floor. Some of the best tomboys have the ability to do that sort of thing. We could do with a bit more of that in the world. Rather than the Ellen Pages of the world who cut off the boobs and try to dress up and pass off as a man and fail miserably.
That entire route. And I'm not saying that everyone is like that, obviously, but I think for some people, especially, and you see this issue with people that are kind of, they're kind of atypical when it comes to their mentality, you know, autistic,
oh yes,
other mental conditions, like compounding factors, right? And these compounding factors lead to more impressionability, which allows them to be groomed into a certain ideology, certain thoughts on themselves, right? And I think the idea is that when it comes to kids, it's better to not really expose them to like sexual things like that.
Yeah.
Because they're most impressionable when they're
children under the age of 18 don't need to be exposed to any of that. Just like they don't need to be taking puberty blockers or doing any sort of transitioning type nonsense at that age. Once they reach the age of 18, they want to fuck up their life with that shit. That's on them. But as long as they are minors, they don't need to be exposed to any of that stuff. They don't need to be exposed to any of that sort of pressure. They just need to be left alone.
young. And of course, like I said, there's like there's a variance when it comes to like the level that a kid is impressionable. Obviously, it's variance with all the compounding
Some more
factors,
than others.
right? Anyway, my point is, I don't know if the kids are actually trans, and you know, there's a lot of cases of detransitioners. This is not an uncommon phenomenon. There are people who have done the whole thing. You know, you've had women who have chopped off their boobs, basically in pursuit of like, oh, everyone said that I'm trans, you know, I like guy stuff, so obviously you know, I must be trans. They cut off their boobs, they take hormones, their voice is deeper, and then they hit like you know, they hit the part of life around your 20s when your mind kind of becomes more rigid, and then they're like, oh fuck, I made a mistake, right?
Yeah.
And now like,
And by then it's too late. And that's why you see so many transgendered individuals commit suicide, especially the ones that go through with like a full sex change operation. When the gravity and the consequences of their actions set in, so many of them cannot live with it. And so they commit suicide. That's a nasty little secret about all this that nobody really likes to talk about. Or that they hope that you never notice. But it's true. That's the deep, dark secret about all this that nobody really talks about. Why so much of this results in an early death for the people who go through with it. Because they realize that they've made a terrible, horrible mistake, and they can't take any of it back because they are trying to ask for a refund on a fundamentally non-refundable transaction in life. And they can't live with that. It's not a coincidence that death penalties and mental asylums were closed in that order. Indeed, both need to be brought back. Especially the mental asylums. Because there's a lot of disturbed people out there. But the best place that they could be is in a padded room, doped up out of their mind and kept out of polite society so that they're not a danger to themselves or anyone else.
Now, you can't do a lot. You completely fucked your life forever, basically. And people will say, like, oh, it's reversible, but is it really?
It is not. That is a lie.
Issues with sterility, lack of fertility.
Yeah, that's another thing. You go through with this sort of thing, you sterilize yourself. That's something else they don't really talk about. I hope that you never find out about. It is effectively a sterilization procedure.
Secondary sex characteristics that are obviously irreversible. I mean, guys, riddle me this. If trans medicine is so reversible, then why do trans people sound like that? Why do they get so many surgeries to, like, make their chest look more masculine? Why is that the case? If it's so reversible, like, so if you have...
It's not.
If an FTM person has to get their boobs removed, then through, like, a surgery, and people are so upset about, like, their chest scars, how is that reversible? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like no one...
That's the thing about scars. They can fade away for the most part, but they will always be there. That's why they're called scars. They remain for the rest of your life. Padded room, grave pit of work in the mines. The children yearn for the mines.
Would ever complain about it, right? Am I wrong? This is a genuine question, actually. Well, no, is the penis removal reversible? Well, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the secondary sex characteristics, right? Because when you hit puberty, there are secondary sex characteristics that both, it has to do with the sexual dimorphism of the human species. So, like, because of that, like, during puberty, there's a reason why during puberty, there are sexual differences that occur. If it's so, and see, that's my concern. My concern is that a lot of the detransitioner people, who knows, like, how much of it was them being influenced into doing it. It's like a
lot of them will tell you that they felt pressure to go through with it, and that quite often they didn't want to, or any sort of second thoughts that they had would just be dismissed or ridiculed, even by their own doctors. And that's another thing. There's a lot of doctors here that need to be held to account for all of this, because they have treated this like an absolute gravy train. Did not give two shits about their own patients. Just saw them as cash machines. Just saw them as just things to extract money out of, That is a special place in hell for the surgeons and the doctors who enabled this sort of madness.
Things a backdoor of legalizing child mutilation. I don't know about that. I don't know. Like honestly, like okay, I'll just tell you like how I really feel about this. I actually do think that the people who are saying that kids should be trans and that they should be you know, should be able to receive like, you know, HRT treatments and puberty blockers and all of these like, you know, surgeries at like 16 for like certain surgeries. The people that believe that, I honestly think that they think that they're doing a good thing.
Yes.
They actually
they have genuinely convinced themselves in their delusion that they're doing the right thing. Much like a lot of other villainous people throughout history who genuinely believe that they're doing the right thing, that they are not the villains, that they're always the heroes. When really they are just another member amongst many of the denizens of the ungodly.
think that they're being nice. And I think that has to do with if you were to ask me like what I think about it, it's probably because there are trans people that probably loathe their secondary. I mean, this is just obvious. This is just the truth. There are trans people that loathe their secondary sex characteristics because they hit puberty and they had to go through that. And so they hate that. So they're like, well, if it were me, I wish that didn't happen. Therefore, we should fix that for future trans kids.
You can't fight biology. You just can't. That is why the most cutting, stinging remark that you can ever tell a trans person is, you will never be a woman, or you will never be a man. You just never will. No matter how much you try to pretend, no matter how many hormones you take, no matter how many surgeries, you will never be a woman, or you will never be a man. Because you can't fight biology. You can't fight nature. Is she not going all the way and saying no to trans altogether because she has something to lose, or does she have woman tingles to appeal to minorities still? I don't know. I think, like she mentioned before, she's still in the moderate position. She knows people, I believe, in her personal life, who they themselves are transgender or LGBT.
I think that's like their line of reasoning. I don't think it's nefarious. It's not really nefarious. I just think it's.
I think if there's one thing that we can fault Leaflet for, is that it does her credit that she tries to approach things in a logical, reasonable fashion. However, the one mistake that I think she is still making is that she is a reasonable person almost to a fault, to the extent that she is still trying to be reasonable and logical with incredibly illogical people who cannot be reasoned with.
Short-sighted. Does that make sense? Dysphorics versus trans people? Dude, I don't even know it.
Literally, I was typing this. Yes. By the way, welcome in, sure.
I'm gonna be real. I don't even know what trans means anymore. Like,
they have so perverted and distorted the very meanings of words. They would pervert and distort even the word trans itself.
Before, trans meant dysphoric people, but like we've kind of removed that, haven't we?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck that means anymore, to be honest. You say ignorance while I say malice? It's the same lack of malice in the action argument. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, I'm capable of that line of thinking, right, Ron? I don't think it's really, well, for most people. I'd say most people. I'm sure there's probably some fucking psychos. There's probably some psychos like in their basement fucking I don't know, jacking it to egg cracking or whatever. I'm sure there's people that are like that, but I don't know.
Oh dear. Julio chiming in here. There is an entire subreddit. Do not look it up. Right, top tip for you, chat. Don't look that up. Apparently people get their rocks off to other people cracking eggs. It can't be bargained with, can't be reasoned with, it doesn't feel pity or remorse, and it absolutely will not stop ever until you are dead. Kyle Reese. I'd say that's a fairly accurate description, yes.
I don't think that's everybody. I think a lot of I think a lot of them are they actually think that they're doing like a good thing, for real. I just don't think they've really thought through it. Either that or they don't care. Either they haven't thought through it, or they believe it. This is you know,
they are, once again, they are slaves to their gluttonous desires.
This might be another thing that they believe is well, if you and I'm just trying to guess their argument here. Again, I don't know if this is the argument that they would make, but I would assume that this would be the argument that they would make. Well, in their head, if they were to be honest with themselves, I think they would say, well, you know what, detransitioners, too fucking bad. You fucked up, you're stupid, you made a bad mistake. Why should we affect the people who are actually trans for that reason? I think that's what they would say.
Probably. I mean, to an extent, I would say a lot of the same things of, yeah, you know what, this is a non-refundable transaction. You fucked up. You fucked up bad. But I wouldn't say that out of any sense of malice for these people, because they are coming to the realization that they made a mistake. I would feel a lot of pity for them. And that, more than anything, is what I feel for so many of these. Something, as, I don't know, and maybe my lived experience is unique, but I find the older I get, I don't so much hate my enemies as I just learn to pity them. And these people who go through the whole transitioning process and then all of a sudden realize that, oh no, this is a horrible mistake, and, you know, I didn't really want this, or no, I want to go back, but I can't go back, and etc., etc. In many ways, I feel pity for them. Pity for them that, especially if they didn't have someone in their lives to tell them, look, what you're going through, this is permanent. There's no going back. And if you get to a certain point of no return, and all of a sudden decide you want to turn back, it's too late. I especially feel pity for those who didn't have those sorts of contrarian voices to tell them these things. But those that did have those contrarian voices that tried to warn them, that's exactly what I would say to them. It's like, people tried to warn you. You did not listen. And now you are going to have to live with this for the rest of your life. You had better make your peace with that. And try to live from that position, because that's all you got. The worst is the ones who have nobody to warn them. Exactly. Those are the ones I feel the most pity for. The ones that they were just surrounded, not really by their own choice, with enablers. Or with cowards who had no courage to stand up and sound those warnings. Now, those who chose to ignore those voices and willingly surround themselves with enablers, I don't have as much sympathy for them. I do pity them, still, but to them I say, people tried to warn you, and you didn't want to listen. And now you're finding out the hard way, when you probably should have listened to those dissenting voices, because they were just trying to look out for your best interests and get you to think things through. These are the wages and consequence of your arrogance and your hubris. And you had better be prepared to live with these consequences for the rest of your life. Because in that moment, that's all that you have.
Now, the angle that I take on it is that children are fucking stupid and they can't make decisions for themselves. Therefore, we should follow that logic.
Yes.
For the same reason that children, you cannot have with children because of them being incapable of comprehending a life-altering decision. That's the logic that we use,
too stupid to provide
correct?
consent.
Why doesn't that also apply to the trans thing? That's kind of my thought. I feel like you can't really make a proper argument without addressing that truth, right? The big issue is that Summa is just lost to them. You know, Owen, you're probably not wrong, but I don't know. I don't think
there's a lot of nonsense in the trans community. There's a lot of nonsense. Not all nonsense are trans, but plenty of trans people are nonsense.
I think most people are like that, to be honest. There probably is. And see, and you know what? Actually, the fact that you said that, LOLN, is actually perfect. Let me read what LOLN says. The big issue with some is you lost them just now when you said they can't have with children. You know, they can't do the thing with children, right? And I think the fact that you say that illustrates my entire point, that the entire movement of trans has been so fucking diluted to mean nothing. Like, what does it even mean anymore? It's like they've let so many fucking psychopathic people lead their movement that it's unreal. You know, I don't know. The point of all of this, before I dare go around in a circle and go for another lap on this entire thing, I'm just going to conclude here and say that the point of this is that there needs to be, at the very minimum, if we're even going to talk about trans stuff at all, you're going to need to have standards. You got to have standards. It's the only way to actually function in society harmoniously, is to have standards. Otherwise, you're just infringing on everybody's you're infringing on society. There needs to be process, there needs to be standards in order to, if you're going to have people that want to exist in women's spaces that are not biological women, then you're going to have strict, incredibly strict standards for who can do that, so that you can avoid you can avoid the situation of predators.
Or, you know, here's a better idea. How about instead of trying to impose boys on a girl's space, like Girl Guides, we, you know, put them in another organization. And we... another type of scouting organ. I believe it's called the Boy Scouts. Why don't we just do that instead? You know, keep it simple here. Since we already have something called the Boy Scouts, then why don't we just put the lads over there and let the girls have their space, the boys have their space, nearly the two shall meet, and just call it a day. It seems like that worked for a long time. And, you know, why don't we do this other thing where if you've got nonces that are trying to take advantage, especially of a sexual nature, either boys or girls, you put them in jail. Maybe even give them the death penalty. Possibly even the death penalty by wood chipper. Why don't we do that instead? I think that works. I think that works a lot better than trying to cram a bunch of boys into Girl Guides, especially perverted men who obviously are just trying to sexually take advantage of young girls and abuse them. Let's just, you know, girls into Girl Guides, boys into Boy Scouts, and let's criminally punish the nonces. That seems a lot more simpler, more direct, more effective. And it worked for us for a long time. Let's just go back to that.
Obviously. Because if you say anybody can do that, guys, if there's one thing about human nature that's always true, is that there are going to be line steppers that are going to abuse the rules in every single fucking thing. Video game, there's cheaters in video games. There's people who steal. There's people who steal stuff. There's people who abuse the system, like Snap EBT. Like it's just a fact of humanity, and understanding that part of human nature lets you understand why we need to have those guardrails. Why we need to have that kind of gatekeeping. Anyway, moving on.
Chippy, yes.
Nyara's response: serious question, who does this help? Literally excluding young girls from activities just because they're trans. This is only contributing to the mental health issues that trans people face due to being ostracized. Well, this helps out the young girls that don't want to worry about that don't want to deal with.
Nyara is just so insufferable at this point that I don't give a shit what they want or what they have to say. There's I'm to the point where I'll actively advocate for the exact opposite, just because they are so bloody insufferable. That is how much I dislike them. It's like, yes, let's exclude trans people from these activities because they are just for young girls. And yes, let's exclude them just because they're trans, because they're not girls. And I don't give a shit about the mental health issues that trans people face due to being ostracized. That's their own bloody fault at this point. I don't care. I really don't care, Margaret. I do not give a shit.
A boy that's confused. Who knows? We don't know.
Maybe instead of imposing yourself on impressionable young girls, you just do like the Michael Jordan gif. Stop it. Get some help. You know, maybe find yourself a mental health counselor that doesn't constantly enable your delusions. And just tell you, you're a chap. You're a bloke. You're not a fucking girl. Get over it. You've no right to impose yourself on groups like this. Get over yourself. Maybe put them on some synthetic testosterone or something like that. Make the shit go away.
Oh, we don't know what that person is. We don't know. So again, they're taking the maximum position of, well, we're going to protect the majority. Because if you don't want to have rules, you don't want to define anything, then you know what? Let's take the safe route. And the safe route is none of you can join. Do you see my point?
Yeah.
You see my point about gatekeeping?
None of you can join,
and have
because you're all a bunch of weirdos and degenerates, and we don't want you ruining the good time of everybody in Girl Guides or Boy Scouts or what the fuck ever. Just get the fuck out. We don't want you here. You've imposed yourself upon everybody else long enough. And we're tired of dealing with you. Our patience has run out. Fuck off.
having strict rules is if you don't have that, then the rule is just going to have to be bigger. You're going to have a bigger rule that is less inclusive. This is a battle between specifics and broadness, basically. Anyway, yes. This is, and again, like, even if you were to make this argument, even if you were to use this logic and say, well, you're excluding young girls from activities because they're trans, this is contributing to the mental health issues of trans people. Well, what about the mental health?
Don't care.
What about the mental health issues with the little girls? The little girls that say, I don't want to sleep in the same room as that guy. What if you have a...
Do they not matter? Apparently not, according to Nyada VT. But yeah, only contributing to mental... Don't care. Didn't ask. Get the fuck out. Fuck off.
Girl that's like, you know, she's religious about it, and she specifically doesn't want to sleep in the room with a guy. What about their mental health? Now,
oh, well, if it's for religious reasons, all the more that they would want to impose themselves. Because they despise religion. Especially the Christian faith.
you're making a mental... Now you're making an issue between two people's mental healths, right? While you're empathizing with the abuser? Yeah, exactly. I know, Earls. I know they say that. But then I'd say, well, what about I'm gonna move on to J.K. Rowling's post. So J.K. Rowling post answers, it helps girls. It tells girls that they have the right to things of their own. It tells girls that they have a right to say no. It reminds girls that the desires of boys do not supersede their feelings, their rights, or their discomfort, or their safety.
And this, I would dare say, the same thing applies to boys. Boys have the right to things of their own. Boys have the right to say no as well. The desires of girls do not supersede boys' feelings, their rights, their discomfort, or their safety.
Yes. Yes. Totally agree. Because again, like, what did I say earlier about, so what if there's a guy who goes, I want to, you know, say there's like a, I don't know, let's for the sake of argument, how old can you be in the Scouts, guys?
You can go usually up to, usually you have to be done by the age of 18. And then, was it 18 or was it 16? I forget. Usually it's in your teenage years that you have to be done and achieve the highest ranking, otherwise you're out.
Like an instructor, like as like an actual scout. What's the age range of that? I don't know. I wasn't in any of those things. 18. Okay. So we have to now construct, right, chat, now we have to construct a situation that is possible within this. Okay? Hypothetical. What if a 17-year-old boy goes, you know, I'm feeling like a girl now. Tomorrow they're like, I want to sign up to be in the Scouts. Can they join? Well, why not?
They could try.
Why not? According to the logic of trans people can join the Scouts, why shouldn't they? If what a trans person is a person who decides that they're trans, then how are they disqualified? So what if the girls now are like, you know, and what are you gonna do? Are you gonna police their clothes? Are you gonna say, okay, well, the boy is gonna wear a dress? Or what if they don't? What if they, you know what? You don't have to do that, right? According to them, that's not even a necessity. You don't even have to dress up you don't have to dress up. You don't have to shave. You don't have to even remotely act like a woman, because like, what are you stereotyping what women are then? Right? So what they're gonna do, what if a man goes, I'm feeling like a woman and I'm gonna join the Scouts, 17 years old. I'm gonna join the Scouts with all the girls, you know, and I'm not gonna do anything. I'm literally gonna just wear the same thing that I wear now. I'm gonna wear the same everything. I'm gonna act the same, but I'm a girl. How do you combat that? Are you gonna tell them they can't join? Well, why not? By what standard can they not?
That's exactly what you need to do. You just need to tell them, no, fuck off. It's because so many people don't have the courage to say that sort of thing that we are in the position we are now. So many people for so long have lacked the courage to just say no and fuck off.
Join. That's my point. Is you have to account for that possibility. And they'll say, "Oh, that never happens," but it can. But it can happen. And I know
constantly.
that people will abuse the rules. But yeah, I totally agree with J.K. Rowling on this one. Like 100% agree with this. This is the natural result of of the entire gender movement.
Mm-hmm.
And moving away from structure, moving away from procedure, and going into feelings. Taking all of the logic out of it. Completely, like, eviscerating what trans even means. And they do this with everything, by the way. Like, all fucking language. They've eviscerated what racism means. They've eviscerated what sexism means. They've eviscerated what oppression means. Like, none of it means...
They have so feminized language to the point it is whatever... It means whatever they feel it means in the moment. Whatever it takes for them to win.
They've eviscerated what Nazi means. Like, none of it means anything anymore.
I want one of those Fumos still. I'm sad that they were... I think they're still sold out. Ah, right. Give that a like. Going to drop the link in chat. Everybody can go. Give that a like and give that a watch. Dark over dark, thank you for redeeming first. Very late on the Twitch side. Welcome in, how are you? Right, let's see. Let's go over to Japan, chat. Greetings, greetings. Right, we're in the month of December now. Sleepy and cold. Yeah, it's a bit chilly out there, isn't it? I've always found it a bit odd that Japan is a country that is mostly secular or Shinto, but definitely not majority Christian. And yet they are one of the few countries that you go over there for Christmas, and they really know how to do it just right. It's always fun. We've been watching in the Castle Rexworth Discord, especially last night. The Christmas night displays that they have in Japan are absolutely spectacular. I'm going to move chat over back to where you were before. I'm going next week. Oh, you're going to Japan? Oh, that's fantastic. If you're comfortable with it, do feel free to share a little bit of your itinerary, like what cities you're planning on visiting, or, you know, what sort of attractions you're wanting to go see. Osaka first, then Tokyo. Oh, fantastic. If they are still open to the public, and if you have some time, Dark, you might pay a visit to the fairgrounds for Expo 2025 in Osaka. You know, just if you can find some time. I'm sure you're going to be quite busy with a rather packed itinerary, but you know, it's one of those things that I think they just wrapped it last month or a couple of months ago, but should still be open to the public. They can kind of mill about and, you know, see the sights over there. But yes, Christmas in Japan. Let's check out a brief history.
Ah, Christmas, that extra special time of year bursting full of holiday cheer. Celebrated with all the classic trimmings. A big, bright, beautiful tree, presents galore, jolly old Saint Nick, and
Merry Christmas!
KFC?
They don't even call it a bucket, they call it a barrel. KFC, hell yeah! This is quite the Christmas tradition in Japan, KFC, and there's a whole story behind it.
Okay, so maybe fried chicken isn't exactly a staple of your traditional holiday feast, but in Japan, it's more likely than you'd think.
Zion TY15, thank you for the follow over on Kick.
Hi, I'm Tim, and welcome back to Tim Explains Japan. At first glance, Christmas in Japan seems just like anywhere else.
Hi, Tim.
Santa Claus, festive lighting, rampant consumerism. But upon closer inspection, some unfamiliar players begin to emerge. Christmas cake? Romantic gestures? Fried chicken?
Okay, now the romantic gestures, I personally find winter and the Christmas season to be possibly the most romantic time of year, rivaling even that of St. Valentine's Day. But, you know, that's just me. So I don't find that bit too unusual. Plus, I mean, how many adverts have we seen over the years, like from De Beers? This is the time that they really start to ramp up the whole "a diamond is forever" sort of adverts that you see all around the world, and telling men to, you know, give your woman the gift of jewelry, especially of a diamond, or Lexus, for example, with the whole December to Remember, where they've got all the adverts, you know, snowy front lawn, and the husband or the wife brings their spouse out there to the front lawn of a house, and all of a sudden they got their eyes closed and say, "Okay, open your eyes," and they see this, you know, beautiful new Lexus in the driveway, and, you know, got a big red bow on it, and it's piano black lacquer paintwear, and they, you know, just get all excited, or they cry with unbridled joy, and it's the idea of romance at Christmas time. It goes together. It goes together like fish and chips.
In this special holiday episode, we take a closer look at some uniquely Japanese Christmas traditions, how they came to be, and how Colonel Sanders came to be synonymous with the season. Let's get started. Christmas in Japan. Where to begin? Well, we could start at the very beginning with Francis Xavier bringing Christianity to Japan in 1549,
Pity
But
you didn't
that
succeed.
didn't exactly end so well.
No, no.
So instead, let's jump ahead to the Meiji era. Around the turn of the 20th century, Japan's primary focus shifted to rapid modernization, which in many ways meant westernization. Open borders led to an influx of new ideas, architecture, and culture. Among them, Christianity. A women's magazine titled Jogaku Zashi published an article in December 1884, introducing the concept of Christmas to its readers. December 25th is called Christmas, and in countries where flowers bloom, it is a time to celebrate, much like New Year's Day. Since our country is gradually adopting Western customs, there are quite a few homes that have been holding this ceremony for some time.
I can't even wrap my head around the idea of it's very difficult, at least, a country that had little or no exposure to Christianity for centuries until 1884, when it finally started being talked about again. It's just incredible.
Even though Christianity never really caught on, by the Taisho era, Christmas had already established itself as a beloved, albeit secular, family holiday, complete with gift-giving Santa and all. And it seems, from the beginning, that some
I mean, I don't know. This pretty lady here, she can hurry down the chimney any time of year. Am I right, lads?
form of poultry and cake was commonplace in the celebration. Women's magazines published annual Christmas issues, sharing recipes, decorations, and holiday ideas. A December 1915 article from Fujin no Tomo featured an American woman named Mrs. Drever, describing a full 6-course Christmas dinner, the star being a roast turkey, stuffed in the belly and steamed whole. Though in Japan,
Sounds more like an American Thanksgiving feast.
turkey was harder to come by, so notably, chicken was suggested as an alternative. In December 1926, another article featured a recipe for an elegant Christmas dish called Chicken Orleans. Baked chicken stuffed with bread, boiled
Okay.
eggs, and chestnuts.
So, a variation on the Thanksgiving turkey, just with chicken. Bread stuffing. I think a lot of people, especially the Americans, are familiar with that sort of thing. Chestnuts, all right. Boiled eggs, that's a new one. I've never heard of a stuffing involving boiled eggs.
Topped with a gravy
Though
made
I'm
from the
sure
drippings.
it's not bad. And I mean, when you think about it, goes well with the chicken because, which came first, chicken or egg?
Garnished with watercress. The meal was rounded out with Western wine and English-style pudding served with custard sauce for dessert.
Ooh, now
Jumping
we're
ahead
talking.
to the end of World War II, Christmas was still widely celebrated.
Yes, the Englishman in me is, it's not really Christmas until you've had your Christmas pudding
Even in
with copious amounts of brandy.
desperate times. The December 1946 issue of
Egg came first because it's breakfast food. All right, fair. Though you could have chicken for breakfast if you wanted.
Shufu no Tomo describes how to make a festive treat from scraps in a war-torn Japan, combining rationed flour, onions, and carrots into a vegetable cake decorated with mashed sweet potato cream. The 1948 holiday issue explains the process of transforming a home-raised chicken into a full Christmas dinner, ensuring not a single morsel went to waste. As the mid-50s rolled around, a post-war Japan began rapidly expanding its economy,
Post-war economic miracle.
and suddenly, lavish Christmas celebration was back on the menu. Department stores held big sales, large Christmas cakes became commonplace, and Christmas Eve saw cabarets and restaurants
Those cakes look delicious. They really do look quite tasty.
full of dancing and merriment. In 1955, roughly 300,000 Christmas trees were purchased.
I think
In
I love these before and after photos. You know, there's the party, and then there's the hangover the morning after.
1955, roughly 300,000 Christmas trees were purchased. That number leaped to 544,000 in just the next year. The peak of Japan's economic bubble ballooned in the 1980s, and with it, the extravagance of the holiday season.
Oh, Baskin Robbins.
The Christmas party market soared to 3 billion yen, the cake market to 15 billion, and the gift market a whopping 150 billion yen.
Jesus.
Suddenly,
like a drunk raccoon. I remember seeing that meme. Was it a video or photograph? The raccoon that snuck into a liquor store somewhere and smashed a couple of bottles open and proceeded to get absolutely just piss drunk on wine and liquor, and then passed out in the bathroom. Just completely splayed out, almost like a rug or something.
a new market had emerged: Christmas dating.
Oh, yes.
Hotshot businessmen would take their girlfriends out for an extra special Christmas date at high-end restaurants and hotels. Expected gifts included things like the Tiffany open heart necklace or the Cartier Trinity ring. The cost for a truly romantic Christmas Eve usually clocking in at over 100,000 yen.
That's about roughly $1,000 US, thereabouts.
This extravagant level of spending wouldn't last forever, though. And so now you're probably wondering, how exactly does KFC fit into all of this? Well, to answer that question, we need to once again turn back the clock a bit, this time to the year 1970. As I mentioned before, Japan was in the midst of an economic boom, fueled by American occupation and post-war consumerism. Between 1970 and 1980, Japan's fast food industry exploded over 600%.
Oh yes, they got the first McDonald's around this time. This is also the time where they got the first modern version of the konbini with 7-Eleven, which would later give birth to Family Mart and Lawson's and Seiko Mart and Daily Yamazaki and gosh, so many different konbini brands, but the big ones are 7-Eleven, Family Mart, and Lawson. With Seiko Mart, they mostly occupy northern prefectures, especially Hokkaido.
Introducing now beloved chains such as Baskin Robbins, Mr.
Oh,
Donut,
yes.
the original Pancake House, and of course, KFC. It all starts with this man, Takeshi Okawara.
He's even dressed like the Colonel. Look at that. He even got the fancy bolo bow tie.
In November 1970, Okawara opened Japan's very first KFC in Nagoya, hoping the region famous for chicken would inspire sales success. In actuality, the first KFC was largely a failure, perhaps due to its unfamiliar flavor profile or arriving just a bit too early. Sales were poor. This, however, did not mean the end of KFC Japan. The failure prompted Harvard-educated Okawara to head stateside and meet up with Colonel Sanders himself. Pete Harmon, KFC's first franchisee and Colonel Sanders' #1 business partner, invited Okawara to his home farm in San Francisco. While there, Okawara
Hard to believe that San Francisco at any point had farms.
brushed horses, bathed dogs, learned business strategy, and studied the art of chicken frying from the Colonel himself.
So basically, he became a sort of Masataka Taketsuru of fried chicken, which those of you who are whiskey lovers, you'll know who Masataka Taketsuru is. He's the godfather of Japanese whiskey, and he lived it. He went over to Scotland and apprenticed and trained for at least a few years on how to make the best whiskey from the best of the best in the world. He even married a Scottish woman and came back, and at first he helped Suntory get their start, and then broke off and founded the Nika brand of whiskey. And from there, some of the best whiskies in the world were made, and they continue to be made.
Armed with newfound retail knowledge and a deeper understanding of chicken, Okawara returned to Japan, bargained with partner company Mitsubishi, and stabilized the domestic market for a fragile young Japanese KFC. He would later go on to become KFC Japan's president and CEO, and eventually chairman. And now we
you see the long form
market for a fragile young Japanese.
You see the long form version of that. I wonder how that all translates as Kentucky Fried Chicken or something like that. That's a lot of characters for Kentucky Fried Chicken. Wow.
KFC. He would later go on to become KFC Japan's president and CEO, and eventually chairman. And now we once again arrive at Christmas. To understand how KFC became synonymous with the season, we need to first separate fact from fiction. There are two separate versions of the story, and there appears to be some amalgam of myth and truth to both. Myth A, the quote, official story.
All right, let's hear it.
The first origin story comes by way of the official KFC website. In the early 1970s, a foreign expat visited a KFC branch in Tokyo on Christmas Day. The homesick traveler lamented their inability to acquire a traditional Christmas meal in Japan and remarked, "I can't get turkey in Japan, so I have no choice but to celebrate with Kentucky Fried Chicken." Some unnamed yet legendary KFC team member overheard this and, like any good capitalist, used this Westerner's grievance as inspiration to launch KFC's very first Christmas campaign, with accompanying tagline, "Christmasu ni wa Kentucky," or in English, "Kentucky for Christmas." Myth B, the Nun. The second story is shrouded in folklore, but I find it much more compelling. Once again, it all goes back to Okawara. According to the man himself, this legend originates in the early days of his first store in Nagoya. As the holiday season rolled around, Okawara was approached by a nun from a nearby Christian school. She was interested in purchasing KFC for a kindergarten Christmas party, but with one special request. Could a KFC employee come dressed as Santa to inspire the children with holiday spirit? Emboldened by low sales figures, Okawara not only agreed, but he himself donned the signature red suit and delivered festive Christmas chicken to all the good little boys and girls.
Good man.
Everyone had such a fantastic time that word of mouth spread, and more people hired Kentucky Fried Santa for an extra special holiday party. These locally famous celebrations piqued the interest of a national Japanese TV network.
There's something so charming and wholesome about that,
prompting them to interview Okawara. During the interview, he was asked if fried chicken was a typical meal enjoyed at Western-style Christmas dinners. Despite knowing the truth, that turkey was the preferred poultry, he reached into his sack of tricks and pulled out a little white lie. Okawara informed Japan on national television that yes, indeed, fried chicken is a traditional staple of a classic Christmas feast. So,
okay, a little white lie, but you know, no harm done.
Which story is the truth? Well, I can't say for sure, and perhaps nobody really can, but there does seem to be some elements of fact in both tales.
Yeah, it could
And
be
the-
both. I mean, both things could have theoretically happened on the timeline, but roughly the same points. I'm dreaming of a white lie Christmas. They may have BS, but it's damn good marketing. It is. It really is. He was ever the shrewd marketer, that one, and it's paid off with the establishment of a Japanese Christmas tradition.
Indisputable truth is what followed.
Kentucky Christmas! Chicken Christmas! Kentucky Christmas! Chicken Christmas! Kentucky Christmas!
In the holiday season of 1974, KFC Japan launched its first Christmas campaign with the aforementioned slogan, Kurisumasu ni wa Kentucky. They launched a variety of ad campaigns featuring KFC as the can't-miss centerpiece for your perfect Christmas feast.
Kentucky で Christmas! Kentucky Fried Chicken!
Line is, it makes sense. You know, you're having to plan out a dinner for friends and family, and in swoops Kentucky Fried Chicken on your telly, and the simple message of, don't worry about it. We've got you covered. We've got you covered. Just get yourself a nice bucket of KFC, and you're all set.
Alongside this new holiday marketing push, they introduced some special Christmas bundles, like a bucket of chicken with a bottle of wine, suggesting that adults too could celebrate the Christmas season.
Gosh, that sounds so posh. I have never had wine with KFC. Have any of you in chat ever done anything like that? You know, maybe a nice glass of Merlot, or maybe a little white wine to go with your KFC. That sounds really posh.
But it wasn't until 1985 that the true KFC Christmas paradigm shift began, with the introduction of the party barrel.
Even the design is
今年のパーティーバーレルはチキンにサラダにパーティーセットトッピングも楽し
That's clever, though. It all kind of stacks in the bucket. I'm sorry, I can't call that a party battle. There's just some things just won't do. Whenever you think KFC, you think of the bucket. That's a party bucket. May not sound as well. A barrel doesn't sound any fancier, though. That's a bucket. It's a bucket.
いおしゃれなブーツのアイスクリームとてもイブまで待てないねパーティーバーレルケンタッキーフライドチキンです
A specially crafted holiday feast featuring their signature fried chicken, a side, and a special Christmas cake, all packaged in a convenient, festive-themed cylinder. The cleverly designed container was partitioned by temperature. Since heat rises, cold foods were placed on the bottom, with chicken and warm sides stacked on top.
Very clever.
Taking advantage of the Japanese obsession with limited-time goods, accompanying the barrel was a festive, Christmas-themed plate, with a special design that changes every year. Now,
I can only imagine how much of a collector's item these plates have become with each year, especially with the older ones being the rarest of all. Yeah.
remember earlier how we talked about Japan's economic boom and the romantic Christmas dinners of the 80s? Well, unfortunately, as with all good things, the boom went bust. By 1990, the economic bubble had burst, marking the beginning of Japan's lost decades, characterized by sluggish economic growth and a notably shrinking economy. However, this proved to be the perfect timing for KFC. Just as the country was beginning to familiarize itself with KFC's festive party barrels, expensive outings and ostentatious celebrations became less reasonable. Instead, most began to opt for simpler, smaller, friendable. Instead, most began to opt
Oh dear. Definitely something you cannot get away with on Western television. The donning of blackface.
Opt for simpler, smaller, friend and family-centric get-togethers, much like the old days, except with one modern twist. That's right.
Kentucky Christmas! Chicken Christmas! Kentucky Fried Chicken!
It's
Call it fate,
recession-proof.
call it genius marketing, call it the inevitable machinations of an intrinsically capitalist society. Whatever you call it, KFC had made its Christmas mark and was now here to stay. These days, millions of households celebrate with Kentucky Fried Chicken every year as a true holiday tradition. In 2018, Christmas sales raked in an astonishing 6.1 billion yen for KFC,
Lord.
and in 2019, the figure jumped to 7.1 billion. An estimated 3.6 million families enjoy KFC for Christmas dinner every year.
I doubt they were able to sustain that through 2020 onward. Probably cratered that year.
Many
Just,
franchises
you know, pandemic and all that.
see over 10 times their regular sales during the holiday season.
Man, if you had a rough quarter or something like that, that can really fill out your inside straights.
KFC's modern Christmas offerings come in a variety of form factors and add-ons, with franchises taking
They all look
reservations that
tasty.
often sell out months in advance. They still come with a
Goodness.
festively decorated barrel, a limited edition plate, and a Christmas cake. If you're quick enough, you can even put down a deposit for a premium roast chicken, perhaps hearkening to the early days of Christmas in Japan. And for many, Christmas romance is still widely celebrated, acting as a snuggly winter holiday to cozy up to that special someone. The phenomenon
what more could you ask for Christmas than to find love? I think that would be probably best Christmas present of all. You know, aside from the fact that our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ was born in a manger in Bethlehem and, came forth to save us all from Satan's power and etc., etc.
phenomenon of fried chicken and cake for Christmas has become so embedded in Japanese culture that many competitors have begun to sell their own bundles. Rival fast food chains like McDonald's and Mostburger, as well as most major convenience stores. But when in Japan, nothing
You couldn't expect the competition to just not want a piece of the action.
truly says Christmas like a nice hearty barrel of KFC.
パーティーバーレル早割予約受付中クリスマスケンタッキーにしない
And there you have it. Probably more information about Japan's Christmas time celebrations than you
That's lovely.
ever really cared to know, and yet, now you know it. Foreign and unfamiliar traditions that seem strange at first begin to make a lot more sense when we uncover the history behind them. In an increasingly globalized world, I think it's important that we all strive to better understand and respect one another's cultures and traditions. When it really comes down
Fair
to
enough.
it, Christmas time in Japan is about spending quality time with loved ones, much like anywhere else in the world. Perhaps our traditions aren't so different after all. I'm Tim, and these are my thoughts. What are holiday celebrations like in your home? I'd love to know, so drop a comment down below. And for more Tim thoughts like these, come on by the channel, check out my Instagram, and drop by the Discord. But as always, thank you so much for watching, and be sure to check out the next episode of Tim Explains Japan for more scrumptious knowledge from the land of the rising sun. I'll catch you in the next one.
Give that a like. That was a good one. There's the link in chat for everybody. That was fun. And having eaten KFC in Japan before, I can tell you that it's good. It certainly tastes a damn sight better than than anything the Americans have to offer. Rivaled only by UK KFC, I think. Let's see. Here's another one.
Are you thinking about visiting?
I love your voice. Welcome in, Aiden. Welcome in. Good to see you. How are you? Here's another one. There's a short one from Worthy Travels about going beyond a Kentucky Christmas. What to expect when visiting Japan at Christmas time. So, aside from eating KFC, I love gooning to your voice. Okay, that might be a bit oversharing, Aiden, but thanks, I guess. I don't know. Holy shit! I just noticed your tabs. Yes, there's a lot of tabs. This is why we have stream titles of frequent references to the Tabbening. Anyways, let's watch this. What to expect when visiting Japan at Christmas. 3, 2, 1, go.
Are you thinking about visiting Japan at Christmas and wondering what it's really like? Well, you're in the right place. In this video, we'll show you what's open.
It is so
what
British.
You can eat.
Yeah, funny how that works out, isn't it?
And what you can actually expect if you find yourself in Japan during Christmas. Plus, we'll share our own experiences celebrating Christmas in Japan. Spoiler, it's magical and just a little bit quirky. Picture.
Honestly, I would say of... You know how there's that one book about 1001 places you must see before you die? I would add to that list Christmas in Japan. It's just something you have to experience. You really have to experience it for yourself.
Glowing city streets, steaming bowls of noodles, snow monkeys in hot springs, and strawberries so perfect they'll ruin every other strawberry you eat afterwards. Stick around because I'm going to show you why Christmas in Japan might be one of the most underrated times to visit. And yes, KFC does make an appearance.
Ah, of course.
We adore Christmas, and typically we jet off to Europe to visit the Christmas markets during this time of year. However,
I would not go this year. So many of them, they are just locked down and miserable, and just because so many Western European countries have decided, yeah, we'll let in infinity number of migrants, and turns out they don't take too kindly to displays of faith from rival religions, and yeah, they tend to become stabbists and shootists and very violent at that sort of thing. And yeah, except for Warsaw. I'm told that Warsaw, since Poland has not decided to accept infinity migrants into their borders and into their country, they don't really have to worry about that sort of thing. So yeah, if you have to go to a traditional European Christmas market, go to Poland and go to Warsaw. Please do not announce to the chat when you're joking it. Yes, please. We don't need to know that bit.
this time around we decided to explore Japan. We had seen it during Sakura season, so we wanted to experience something
gorgeous.
different. And what better time to visit than Christmas? We were not disappointed. We visited Osaka, Kyoto, Nara, and Tokyo on our 2-week trip, and I'll put the links to those videos in the description. Christmas in Japan feels quite distinct from how it's celebrated in Western countries. It's not a public holiday, so people continue working on Christmas Day. Instead, it's more akin to how we celebrate Valentine's Day. The first thing to note is that
it's sort of a holiday that it's there, but you know, it's not one that you would get to have a day off from work. Though I think there's an understanding, especially with foreign workers, that yeah, they probably will be taking that day off because obvious reasons.
everything is open, which is great if you're visiting, because you don't want everything
That is
to be closed
convenient.
down. You want to be able to visit places and enjoy meals at restaurants.
I mean, how many times are you celebrating Christmas and, you know, you might forget something and you need to pop into a shop or something like that. Unless, you know, it might be a grocery store, it might be a domestic version of a konbini, but most things are going to be closed on Christmas Day, just because most everyone's going to be home with their families. And here, entirely different story. Everything's open, and you can go out and about, whatever you need, whatever you want, you can do it.
So what else can you expect if you visit Japan at Christmas? In the bigger cities like Tokyo, you will see some winter illuminations in some locations. But it won't be like what you see in the West with every shop and street with winter decorations.
Yeah, but the places that you do see them, they really do it up right.
We love the illuminations of the Tokyo Dome, but we had to go out of our way to see them.
It's worth a trip, though. Really is. I mean, look at that, Char.
You'll also find some Christmas markets, which, while they mimic the European Christmas markets, do so in a very Japanese way. Very organized.
Let's see. Trying to replicate some German fare here. Hot lemon beer. Looks like they got churros and they're trying to do the whole thing with long. Oh, I'm in the way for that. Hang on. Let's move VTube Studio out of the way. Okay, we'll hop over here for a moment. You see here, chat, the
markets do so in a very
here we are.
Japanese way.
You see they've got the churros, which is not exactly German food, but yes, long. Or as most people have to say, long man. Let's see, we also got the length is justice. I love that. Very decorative English. You've got a cheese and roast pork hot sandwich. 6 sausage links. Either smoked or, I guess, grilled with some basil. Or just a assorted pack. Karlsbrau draft beer. Hot lemon beer. Not sure about that one. And then a roast pork steak with potato and tomato garlic sauce. Well, that sounds so bad.
Very organized. One of our favorites was at the Umeda Sky building in Osaka, but we also found one under the Tokyo Tower.
Those of you who hang out in the Castle Expert Discord with me and watch the Japan walking tour videos, I think we may have encountered this before at the foot of Tokyo Tower.
Let's talk about food, because while Japan isn't roasting chestnuts over open fires, it's doing something arguably better. Let's start with something you might not expect. Strawberries. December is peak strawberry season in Japan. I know, winter fruit,
grapes
but trust me, they're real and they're spectacular. We're talking huge sweet strawberries that pop up in everything. Christmas cakes, mochi, limited edition Starbucks
strawberries
drinks,
with matcha,
to name just a few. And now let's talk about the curveball, KFC. Yes, Kentucky Fried Chicken on Christmas. Thanks to a brilliantly odd marketing campaign in the 1970s, eating KFC on December the 25th became a full-on tradition in Japan. These days it's so popular that people reserve their fried chicken buckets weeks in advance.
Months.
So when in Japan on Christmas Day, we had to participate in this tradition. It would have been wrong not to. We did it. It did feel wrong, but also kind of right. Would we do it every year?
How does it feel wrong?
Probably not.
What's
I'm
wrong
glad
with it?
we tried it once. That's the great thing about traveling, learning about new traditions. Of course, nothing hits quite like Japanese winter comfort food. A hot bowl of ramen after walking cool streets is unbeatable. That rich, steamy broth, chewy noodles, and soul-warming depth of flavour. Delicious.
Oh, yeah.
We really appreciate you following our travels. If you haven't already, please subscribe. And if you have the ability to hype this video, that would mean a lot too. Thanks in advance, we really appreciate it. Christmas in Japan can also be quieter than other more popular times of the year. Take Kyoto for example. In spring it's elbow to elbow cherry blossom chaos. But in December, it's busy, but there's space. And if it's this busy in December, you can only imagine what it would be like in March. You'll also find tranquil gardens, crisp winter air.
Seems like it's just quiet enough before another deluge of people around New Year's. New Year's is when that's when a lot of people really go all out.
Beautiful stillness that actually makes you feel like you're actually enjoying Japan rather than fighting for the best spots. And bonus, hotels are cheaper, reservations are easier, and you don't need to dodge umbrella mobs or selfie sticks at every corner. We also visited the stunning Team Labs Botanical Show in Osaka, which is a surreal, immersive experience that felt like stepping into a glowing dream. As with most things in Japan, it felt slightly over the top, but very, very cool. If you're in Japan at Christmas, there's one experience that equal parts adorable, majestic, and totally bizarre. The snow monkeys. Yes, actual monkeys, sitting in natural hot springs, in the snow, looking more relaxed than they've ever been on vacation. These fuzzy little legends trek through the mountains of Nagano just to soak in warm onsen water, like it's their full-time wellness retreat. They've definitely cracked the code on self-care. Meanwhile, I was just trying not to wipe out on the icy trail while carrying my camera.
Very icy, so if you do come here, be very careful, or run some spikes down below.
Jigaikadani Monkey Park is one of the only places on Earth where you can see wild animals enjoying a spa day. Getting there requires a short hike which can be snowy, or in our case, very icy, but it's absolutely worth it. Just bring decent boots and your sense of adventure. If you want to see more, we've got a whole separate video on the Snow Monkey adventure, and we'll add a link in the description. Now let's talk about shopping. Obviously, Christmas and shopping goes hand in hand in most Western countries, so you'll be pleased to know that Japan also offers winter sales around this time. So shopping districts like Shibuya, Shinjuku and Ginza are buzzing. Remember, take your passport so you can claim the tax back. Finally,
let's duty-free shopping, can't forget about that.
In cities like Tokyo, Osaka and Kyoto, it's chilly but rarely snowy. If you want a snowy Christmas, then head north to Hokkaido or mountain regions like Nagano. Ski resorts are in full swing by late December.
There's a reason they chose Nagano for the Winter Olympics.
Hot springs are magical in winter, just ask the monkeys. December is relatively dry with clear, crisp days and lots of sunshine. So dressing in layers is also going to be the best thing to do, because shops and restaurants will be warm, but outside might be chilly. So why?
But with as much walking as you'll be doing, sometimes it actually pays to just dress light. I remember it was dead of winter around February into even early parts of March in Japan, the times I was there. And I was doing so much walking, I actually started to sweat a lot, wearing like long sleeves and a heavy coat. I actually did a lot better just with a light windbreaker and short sleeve shirts. People looked at me like I was mad, but I was moving around so much. I had so much circulation that I was fine. Might have to dip for lack of battery life, or to come back in a minute. Oh, all right.
Visit Japan at Christmas. Slightly fewer tourists, cheaper travel, sparkly lights, steamy noodles, monkeys in hot spas, strawberries in everything, and yes, fried chicken for Christmas. Whether you're a Christmas curmudgeon dodging tinsel and tradition, a savvy traveller looking to beat the crowds, or just someone chasing a unique experience, Japan at Christmas is a gem hiding in plain sight. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and drop us a comment if you're planning to visit Japan this winter, or if you've already been, let us know what surprised you the most. Stay curious, keep exploring, and we'll see you in the next one.
There we go. Fantastic. So that's Japan at Christmas, chat. Let's get our stream-friendly music playlist started over again. Let's see. Oh, something interesting about Japan. Actually, you know what? We'll save that. I'll save that for tomorrow. I do plan on streaming tomorrow. Let's see. A couple of more Japan travel vids. Let's try Itsuka, Japan here. Here we are, so cute. Experience Japan's first train-shaped restaurant on a former railway line. This looks interesting. Let's give it a watch. Subtitles are on, I think. Yes. And we are starting at Umekoji Kyoto Nishi Station, one stop away from JR Kyoto Station. September 20th of this year, slightly strange restaurant opened at this very station. And there it is. I mean, that's it, right there, chap. It's a train. It's a train that's been turned into a restaurant. This future restaurant was created in collaboration between JR West and the city of Kyoto. Called Future Train, Kyoto Diner and Cafe. It's built on an abandoned elevated railway track, and it is the first of its kind train restaurant. Even some of the other train restaurants that we've seen before, in previous reactions, not actually built inside trains. This one features a retired Thunderbird 681 series train car. Very one-of-a-kind restaurant that could only really be realized by a railway company. All other ventures have been private organizations, smaller, more independent. You have to make a reservation online in advance to get in. And it's all this sort of cutesy pink and blue futuristic type colour schemes. I'm sure even the makers of the Thunderbird never imagined it would turn pink after its retirement. Does my meal come with a complimentary train model? That would be cool if it did. The whole concept is around taking oneself to the future. Sort of time traveling forward. Definitely have the whole vaporwave aesthetic going on with the music. The message is, when in an age where there are no right answers, we want people to think about their own future. Okay, the cosplay for the staff. That's cute. The restaurant's design itself was... Gosh, I don't even know how to describe it, really. It's handled by Masida Sebastian. I've no idea who that is. Future imagination. Future Ekibin box? Everything's all future slapped on it. It's like a decent whiskey selection there. It's all sort of got a retro future vibe to it. A lot of mid-century nods with the furnishings. It's like outdoor bar seating, though nobody's staffing the bar at this time. See, they have a future imagination course. A multi-course meal. What you see here, everything's built around this old decommissioned train. You can experience approximately 20 minutes of ride experience content in car number 1. Unfortunately, videography is prohibited on the future imagination course, but photography is allowed. And then after the imagination experience, you move to car 2 and you enjoy a multi-course meal. The music is a bit annoying, chat, and I'm also concerned about a copyright strike, so we're going to mute that. Your journey through time and space is accompanied by your tour guide, Pink Bird. And then there's Birdie Buddy. It's a giant fluffy bird, and that's your train guard. That's your conductor. Only those who book the Future Imagination course can meet them. I mean, Pink Bird's kind of cute. Wouldn't mind saying hello to them. But this whole excursion here is about 2 hours between the simulated train ride and the multi-course meal. You've also got the guard's signature pose being shown. That's it, right there. That's all it is. Birdie Buddy occasionally drops in to check on the restaurant. I mean, it's all got its charms, I suppose. First thing that arrives as part of your multi-course meal is an aperitif. There's non-alcoholic options available. This looks like sake. Bit unusual. Camera lady said it tastes like something from the future. Looks like water or sake, but it had this strange flavor, sweet yet spicy. You can order other drinks via the QR code at your table. In addition to beer and soda, they also have original cocktails. 1,600 yen for a non-alcoholic mocktail. It's daylight robbery. The booze menu itself, quite elaborate. Lots of wine selections and sparkling wine. And here's the first item from the menu. And they haven't stopped that infernal music. Tableware's cute enough. You've got 3 amuse dishes. Smoked salmon and matcha dill basil corn. Candied and gorgonzola panipuri with monserrano and matsu kazeyaki salmon with pink leaf teal. Probably butchering that pronunciation, but whatever. Then after the food is served, a menu card is handed out. It's quite a new experience trying each dish. Not really used to seeing smoked salmon in an ice cream cone. But they're all incredibly intricately crafted, carefully prepared. Make for fairly decent snacks with alcohol. It is an amuse-bouche. And it is amusing. Next, we've got churro-style grilled eggplant with sweet shrimp tartare with a Cajun aroma. The whole concept of the food here is a strange world of sweets. Not sure how they expect to get there with Cajun food, of all things. Despite the sweet appearance, flavors are substantial side dishes. I don't think there's anything substantial about that. That looks like 2 bites easily. And then we've got this mysterious, somewhat ghettish food cart approaching. These look like cream puffs. Apparently it's bread and you can eat them with 3 types of whipped cream. And there's the whipped cream. Custard cream, regular whipped cream, and honey mascarpone. Sounds tasty. Let's see. The bread itself is a rice flour popover with 3... Oh, and then there's the 3 kinds of whipped spreads. So the bread is made from what? From rice flour. That's interesting. Yum, yum, yum. Lots and lots of carbs. And next up, we've got this soup. Apparently. Served in a smoky glass. Warm mushroom potage. Poured into the scent of plum wood chips. Sounds so delicious, yet ever so pretentious. Then there's a seafood menu of pan-fried scallops, white miso vin blanc and black teal. You open this pitch black lid that looks like it's been burnt to a crisp, and you have this pure white space of something. Something with tiny bits of caviar on top. Oh, scallops. Scallops with caviar. And here comes Birdie Buddy to scare the children. Or something. touches all the windows mercilessly. That's the description by our camera lady here. It's only for a short time, but, you know, I suppose it's nice to see him pop up every now and then. Hello. No sudden moves, please. You borderline on nightmare fuel. Right, off you get. That bird might actually give me nightmares. Next up is meat, an Omi beef rump roast with Madeira sauce and colourful veggies. I would want more meat. Not sure what the Madeira in the sauce is, but it is reported to be delicious, with a fragrant aroma and taste. Almost like it's being grilled over charcoal. And finally, dessert. Fromage cassata. Sparkling jewelry style with amber. At least, I think that's supposed to be dessert. Lovely tableware. Reportedly a slightly frozen, somewhat crunchy texture, but delicious nevertheless. We've got gelatin and sugar pearls and different types of food dyes. May your journey bound for the future be a positive one. Well, let's hope so, because our journey into the future thus far throughout the 21st century has been a massive disappointment. But our camera lady reports this was an enjoyable 2 hours, worth trying out when you come to Kyoto. They've also got original goods on sale at the cash register. Hopefully they have an actual toy train. I'm not seeing a toy train. I see conductors' hats. Stationery. T-shirts. Little plushies of that stupid fucking bird. Keychains. Not seeing the toy trains. That is a bit disappointing. That is a missed opportunity. If you go to eat a future train, you should be able to buy a little toy train. That is disappointing. So we can answer definitively, Valerian. Your meal does not come with a complimentary train model. You cannot even buy one at the shop there. Oh, and here's their lunch menu, which looks surprisingly tasty. Almost looks like something you'd find at a family diner. They've even... Oh, well, they do have the baby train bento box. So I guess you could call that a sort of complimentary train model. A rather practical train model in that, you know, fits a box lunch in there. Anyway, here is a small private space with more of a VIP room-like atmosphere. It honestly looks like the nightclub from Scarface. Usually you have to pay an admission fee to get into this bit, but repeat customers, like our camera lady here, can enter for free. That's generous of them. And here we have the full lunch menu. Ah, there we see the baby train bento. The desserts look tasty. Ooh, a melty souffle pancake. Yes, please. Let's see. They ordered the purple sweet potato and white chocolate shake. Interesting combination. It's just mad enough to work. I'd try it. They reported it's the most delicious shake they ever had. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Oh, I'll settle for the bento then. And then we have the Gorgeous Splendor Burger. Well, there certainly is a lot of splendor to it. Don't know about the gorgeous part, but... Is this the burger of the future? Gosh, I hope not. That thing looks hideous. And then came the parfait of the future. That does not look hideous. That looks cool. Even have its own special sign. Go! Little bit fell out. Yeah. That's lunch, chat. That's a lot. Oh, and you also get chips with it. And a curry-flavored soup on the side. That's a lot of food. The burger is sukiyaki flavored. Incredibly delicious. Though the bread, it looks like it has been... It looks like it has... You cannot get all that into your mouth. The parfait itself is 30 centimeters tall, inspired by the 5-story pagoda in Kyoto. Definitely not something you can tackle solo. That's for like 2 or 3 people to eat. Good God. And the parfait, very unusual looking. Each ingredient, though, delicious and high quality, as you'd come to expect. Got little festival mochi. Very charming. You can try it in the evening, you can try it at lunch. Oh, there's even a matcha flavored macaron. Oh, that was an experience. That was possibly the experience of all time. I should definitely give it a like. And drop a link in chat for everyone. Let's see. Let's move over to Travel Geek. Oh, they've got a new one. Just out today. Let's see. We've seen the abandoned onsen village. We've also seen the spaceship subway train and the great value for money train. Oh. Oh, yes, and we also looked at the Dinosaur Love Hotel. That one, I believe, is up on the YouTube page if you want to go check that out. Let's see, chat. Are we in the mood for a secret in town that's like a magical place? Or do we just want to go look at a capsule hotel? What do you think? I believe we've also got the... we did a react to their visit to the Snow Village in Shitakawago. That's also available on the YouTube page right now, if you want to go and look at that. Sapphire207, thank you for the follow over on Kick. We've seen something a bit futuristic already. That Secret Inn made me think of Konosuba. I love that show. One of my favorite animes. Alright, you know what? Let's do it. Let's take a look at it. Gosh, that's a lot of snow. That's supposed to be chestnuts. Looks a bit chilly out there, chat, not gonna lie. Was that a leak? Oh, this is... Goodness. This is all the way back at the beginning of the year. 18th of January, 2025. Got two Shinkansen coupled up together. And that's what we're riding to a traditional winter village. Ochijuku. Located in Aizu Wakamatsu in Fukushima Prefecture. Oh, we're going to Fukushima. Blimey. The Shinkansen ride from Tokyo to Koreyama Station, it takes about an hour 20 minutes in total. Not bad. And you transfer for the Banetsu Saisen line at Koreyama Station. Then the local line connecting to Aizu Wakamatsu City. Traveling through deep, snowy countrysides. Like traveling through the middle of a blizzard. Very mystical atmosphere, put our cameraman. And he's not wrong, too. So after about a 1 hour ride, we arrive at Aizu Wakamatsu Station. Transfer for one more line, the Aizu Railway. But due to the snow, the train is running 2 hours late. Very unusual. But, I mean, you see that snow and it's understandable. Even Japanese trains, famous for their punctuality, cannot defy nature. Can't really be helped. Cameraman woke up early today, but the sky already looks like it's in the middle of sunset. The days get pretty short in the winter season. The village we're heading now, Ochijuku, was an inn town starting from the Edo period. At the time, there were lots of inn towns at base of roads all over Japan. Most of them now have been claimed by modernity and have disappeared. Would somebody please answer the door? Ochijuku is one of those surviving inn towns today. I swear that is the most aggressive pizza delivery person. Gosh, that is a lot of people on the platform. Anyway, we arrived at Yunakami Onsen Station, about 20 minutes away from Aizu Wakamatsu. And then from there, We board a taxi. Also a bus, but the operation today is already closed. Only runs until about 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Thanks to the train delay, cameraman was able to have a nice conversation with the local taxi driver. Who's sitting on the doorbell? I know, right? After about a 15-minute drive, we have arrived. It's like entering the secret little magical town. It's already getting dark outside, so most tourists are already settling in for the night. Thank you, driver-san. You're a lifesaver. Godspeed, sir. Yeah, place seems like a ghost town now. So, what the bloody hell do we do from here? Cameraman's going to be staying overnight here at a local inn. Isaya is the name. It's a traditional inn run by a local family that lives in this very house. It's an old house that has been resided in since the 17th century. Only 4 rooms available. Cameraman booked a room for 1 to 2 persons. It's about 11,500 yen a night, or approximately $80.50 US. Lovely. Very cozy. Very simple, traditional Japanese room. Oh, all of the rooms in this house are devoid of air conditioning or traditional heating. Instead, you have this oil heater here. You take some time to turn on. It's got to warm up the oil and everything. I think occasionally you do have to open up a window or something to sort of vent out the vapors, lest you asphyxiate. The heat gets fed into the pipe there, and that leads into the kotatsu table on screen. It's a traditional Japanese heated table. You sit on the floor like so, and the blanket traps the heat underneath the table. It's ever so cozy. And here is a welcome tea and snack. Right, it's tea time. Any time's a good time for tea time. Let's check out the view. Ah, breathing, who needs it? I know, right? No traditional AC. Do have a fan and air purifier there. Plenty of hangers for 1 person. Traditional jacket for yukata. There's towels, a toothbrush, yukata garments. I drink the stuff like a lot of people drink alcohol, I know, right? It's 5 o'clock somewhere. You can actually walk in yukata outside, you know, if it's not too cold. There's the electric kettle. There's the television set. Oh, got some anime on there. Oh. Cameraman cocked it up. Put in room temperature water rather than boiling hot water. This time he got it right. So, no green tea for him, unfortunately. Instead, roasted green tea. Which, to me, sort of seems like a distinction without a difference, but there it is. And then sesame and miso senbei, or rice cracker. Local sweets were made with fermented soybean paste. Kotatsu is very warm and cozy, and he doesn't want to leave. And who could blame him? Lack of aircon was a concern at first, but, you know, that Kotatsu makes everything better. The Kotatsu is cameraman's new comfort zone. And now, it gets changed into the yukata. And now he is, as he says, invincible. We shall see. This is what Oichijuku looks like by daytime. And whenever it's not completely blanketed in snow. And off we get to take a bath. Lots of choices of shampoo, conditioner, body soap, including Pokemon branded ones. And Demon Slayer branded ones. Also, make sure you turn on the heater because it's bloody cold. Oh. Well, shit. Forgot to turn off the heater when leaving the room. That is important. We don't want to risk burning down the whole bloody hotel. It's not exactly an onsen, just very Japanese style of bath. You have a shower, you have a bathtub, and that's it. But that cover there keeps everything nice and piping hot. Steam itself just looks relaxing. One wonders if it's maybe a bit too hot. Yes, too hot. So, after healing from first-degree burns, we put in some cold water. Yes, that burning sensation is that of germs dying. Well, that means cameramen won't catch a cold or ask difficult questions about reproduction. And now they've added a lot of cold water, and that created too much steam, so now he can't see. And neither can we. But, you know, it's still kind of cool. It's like bathing in a misty forest. Now the temperature is just right. And we can't see a damn thing. Well done, cameraman. You blinded us with steam. But it was an unforgettable bath time. There's the usual accoutrements. Hair dryers, hair straighteners, lotions. Hopefully the restrooms are up to par. Yes, they are. That is a fairly fancy toilet. I mean, it's the usual fare of the Toto washlet, but gosh, that is a fancy-looking toilet. You can also check the time and change the strongness of the cleansing water spray. Complete with manga-style bathroom ghost. You're being so sassy to the poor cameraman. You know, it's almost like we're good friends now. I've reacted to so many of Travel Geek's videos. It feels like we've sort of built up a repartee, even though I've never actually spoken to him, and I don't know if he actually is aware that I have reaction vids to his content. I would be interested in gauging his responses. I would be interested to hear what he thinks of my additional commentary on top of his own. But anyway, dinner's ready. Huzzah! I think it's dinner. It's dishes made with carefully selected Aitsu ingredients. Oh, that's cool. Your own personalized mini hot pot. Oh, that does look very good. Appetizer, squid and carrot, yuzu radish, and pickled herring. Alright. Rainbow trout sashimi. Okay. Some hot sake, now we're talking. It's local from Aitsu. Parasocial relationship from the VTuber Lamau. I'll roast him harder than that bathtub did. Sake comes with simmered dish. That's a simmered dish. It contains carrots, mushrooms, konjac, tofu, possibly slivered onions? People eat river fish here quite a lot. It's usually skewered and grilled over an open hearth inside a house. Just pick at it with your chopsticks and just flakes off. Our beef and veggies are ready. That turned out really well. You can dip them in a sweet soy sauce. Usually you've got a button on your table to order anything, so you don't need to bellow for the waitress or something. This is chawanmushi, or steamed brothy custard. Shrimp, crabfish cake, mitsuba, which is Japanese parsley. And then there's matcha pudding for dessert. Oh, that sounds tasty. Of course, that's seafood custard. That looked really good. House also has a hearth, traditional hearth over there. Most houses here in Oichijuku still use a hearth for grilling food. And, you know, central source of warmth for a lot of people. You can hang fish, vegetables, and pots to cook your rice here. Also warms up the room, obviously. And then there was just cameraman-san in the room. Ordered some more food. Looks like a little bit of tonkatsu pork there. Yeah, pork cutlets in a sweet soy sauce. Then you've got a library, like books and manga. Try to go outside for a night walk. Walk off all this delicious hearty food. Temperature is at the freezing mark. Cold enough for the roads to get slippery and ice to form. Bros in Canada and Russia be saying, "Oi, 0 degrees Celsius is like a summer resort." And usually the main street is filled with tourists, even at night. But this time we've got it all to ourselves. It was a bit eerie. Just being the only one out. But even at night, the lights of the houses, they never go out. Makes it all the more magical. Going to climb a few stairs, overlook the town. Mind those steps, cameraman. Again, like you said, could have some ice forming. Once you get off the main street, it is pitch black. Ah, lovely. Best view in town. Oichijuku has a resident charter with 3 principles: don't sell, don't rent, don't destroy. And thanks to this, the townscape from the Edo period remains intact. All of the houses in town have thatched roofs made from bundles of reeds and grass. It's called Kayabuki Yane. It's difficult to see with the camera, but you can see the stars at night. Video just can't do it justice. You really need to see it in person. Quite the magical town, for sure. Cameraman's hands almost died. No! Quickly, let's get some booze in you. You can order drinks from your room. They've got sake, beer, wine, whiskey, other hot and soft drinks. No brandy, though. Brandy would be perfect for a really cold night like that. Anyway, it's time to get ready for sleep. Another reason they should have brandy. Perfect nightcap. At a traditional Japanese inn, you sort of have to make your bed on your own. Well, you're not really making a bed, more like making up the futon. And yes, you do sleep on the floor, as is tradition. And thanks to the futon, the rooms can stay small. Frozen in time, yeah, literally so. When it comes to Aitsu Wakamatsu, cameraman has stayed in the area's most famous ryokan hotel, Okawaso, before. It's a hotel where a woman in kimono plays the shamisen on the landing of the stairs. He made a video about it. And check out Travel Geek's YouTube page and find it and give it a watch. 2 blankets. Heater's on. Yeah, I'd say that's warm enough. Night-night. And then through the magic of the internet, it is suddenly morning. Our cameraman slept very well rested, and now time for breakfast. Very traditional Japanese fare here. You're not going to find scrambled eggs and bacon, beans on toast, that sort of thing. We've got grilled salmon, pickles, natto, nori seaweed, yogurt, oranges, a salted plum skewer. Oh, we do have a grilled egg, though, with cabbage, broccoli, and ham. So, bit of a hybrid fare. Oh, yes, forgot about Travel Geek's love of natto. And we can't forget the miso soup. Ooh, that egg turned out really well. The sort of meal that warms you both body and soul. And everyone gets complimentary hot coffee in the morning. Bless the innkeepers. They thought of everything. Right. It's 8 a.m. So, defo an early start. Most of the tourists haven't arrived for the day. Eggy. Very tranquil atmosphere. A little bit dreary because of the overcast skies, but still nice. There's only about 140 people living in this little town. But it is small. Most residents here make a living from farming and selling things to tourists. That looks like an old storehouse. Or they run inns. So very much a sort of place that thrives on tourism. It is literally a living inn town. With residents busy preparing for today's sale. That is a lot of snow on those roofs. Gorgeous. But most shops don't open until about 10 a.m. What about 2 hours to just kill some time, so let's head over to Takakura Jinja Shrine. We first pass through the large torii gate and then walk along snow-covered rice fields. And there we see the forest and the next torii gate. Snow crunching beneath our feet as we approach. These torii gates serve to mark the boundary between sacred precincts and the secular world. Almost like the main entrance to a church or something. It's surrounded by tons of cedar trees, making the atmosphere all the more mystical. One particular tree in this shrine is over 800 years old. The shrine is the guardian deity of the 7 surrounding villages, including Oichijuku. What an exquisite atmosphere. Ah! There's an actual hearth that's being used. Heating up a kettle. Smoke from the charcoal circulates inside the house, helps to keep everything warm. This is an attic where silkworms were once kept. Combination of snow and thatched roofs. It's quite a lovely scene. The days when it was common for families to gather around the hearth and eat meals together. Oh, those days are sadly long gone. When a feudal lord Aitsu was heading to Edo, now known as Tokyo, he had lunch at this main camp. He was accompanied by about 600 people. That is quite the entourage. I mean, can you imagine 600 people being crammed into this small little house? It's like a tokusatsu series on a samurai cities. Ah, here come the tourists. Approximately 1 million people visit Oichijuku every year. Only a few stay overnight. Worth it, I'd say. I'd do that. I'd stay overnight here. Alright, let's drink ourselves a cup of amazake. It's a sweet fermented rice drink. Being served to us here by this sweet 90-year-old lady. Amazake is consumed in many towns in Japan, especially during the cold season. 1 cup, 180 yen. What about $1.26 US? Bless you, Mum. Tastes a lot like rice wine, otherwise known as sake, but far less alcohol. Safe enough for children to drink it. Very good, according to our cameraman. The old lady here married into the town in her 20s, and she's lived here ever since. I can imagine the type of story she could tell. When she came to this town, she walked to central Aitsu, as there was no road around town at the time. Didn't even have cars back then. Everyone here is very friendly. They'll just strike up a conversation with you. Definitely get in early if you want lunch, especially at a place like this, Tamaya House. A must-eat in Oichijuku is definitely nigi, or green onion soba. Instead of chopsticks, you get one big green onion. So you use the green onion to just slurp up the soba noodles. Bit tricky, harder than it looks. Cameraman was not able to slurp even one noodle using it. When you have trouble slurping the noodles, you are advised to bite the green onion. Then the onion becomes like a fork. Ah. Well done, cameraman. Makes it a bit easier. It's actually no problem to use chopsticks, but you might find it fun using the green onion. I don't know. I would probably be hungry. I would just want chopsticks at that point. The green onions here are not too pungent, so you can eat them up and not worry about the smell or, you know, halitosis. The owner of Tamaya House allowed the cameraman to freely stroll about. Upper floors are warm thanks to the hearth. Quite a few things on display. Let's go back here. Like a lot of old pots and tea sets and a few vases here. A couple of old wall clocks. And this right here, chat. Don't know if you recognize this or not, but this is what's known as a Victrola. Or an old wind-up turntable. Played 78 RPM shellac records. Just load them up on the platter, wind it up using that handle there on the side, and then just drop the stylus needle down and away it plays. That looks like some sort of old film camera of some kind in the display case. Most of these thatched roof houses in Oichijuku are registered as preservation assets. So the thatching is regularly replaced using a subsidy from the government. One of those sort of World Heritage Site sort of things. Is it haunted? That'd be cool. Maybe? After 2 days of heavy snow, it's a good day for a stroll here in Oichijuku. Many shops and restaurants serve skewers of river fish and dango, or mochi dumplings. There's a special sweet here called tochi mochi. Jibaising, hello, hello. What's Rexy up to? We are touring a traditional Japanese inn town called Ochijuku in Japan. Oh, sad news, chat. Cameraman's footage filming him eating the tochi mochi did not survive. But this is a mochi made by combining horse chestnuts and glutinous rice. An absolute must-eat whenever you visit. Anyway. About time we leave town. We go back to Yunakami Onsen Station. They have a foot bath at the station. Now that is how you wait for the train. How you doing? Doing all right. How are you? Kite. Neko. Neko-chan does not look very happy. The Aitsu Railway is apparently famous for cats. Some stations even recruit cats as station masters. Just Google it, you'll see what we mean. Happy it's Friday. Same here. Mind the gap between the train and the platform. Our cameraman says it's one of the best destinations they've ever been to. Give Neko-chan a tiny conductor's hat and uniform. Yes, that would be so cute. The window views on the way back. Absolutely superb. That was a good video. That was a lovely experience. We'll give that a like. Oh, rock, scissors, papers time. 1, 2, 3. Scissors! Japanese countryside is really beautiful. Absolutely. There's the link in chat for everyone. see. Ah, here's a good one. I don't think we've seen this one yet. This one's from Sukiyaki Travel Japan. And this is actually going inside Team Lab Planets Tokyo and Toyosu, along with a hotel stay. Staying at the Hotel Vista Tokyo in Tsukiji. So this could be fun. Let's give it a watch. Enjoy a unique world where art and technology come together. We start at Shin Toyosu Station in Tokyo, Japan, on the Yorika Mome line. And we're getting a late start with this video. Sun had already gone down. Team Lab Planets Tokyo is located right next to Shin Toyosu Station. Bit of a walk, but can be accessed fairly easily. There's this burning flame in front of the entrance. It's like magma from a volcano. This is one of those must-see art exhibits if you ever visit Japan, and especially Tokyo. They have one, I believe, in Osaka as well, but this was the original. And this is one of those particular exhibits of modern art that is not shit. Most modern art is shit. This is not. The work is titled Flames Spewing from the Sky and Possessing the Earth. What of a description than a title. And that is quite a queue to get in, so get there early. Right, further along in the queue. Operating hours from 9 AM to 2200 hours. And it does get crowded on the weekend. Get your tickets in advance. You can enter by just scanning the QR code. That's your ticket. Then once you pass through the gate, you line up following the footprints. When you make your reservation, you can select the entrance time, but sometimes the previous schedule gets too busy and you just can't make it. But you can enter the park as long as it's within business hours on the day of your visit. That is interesting. They do provide towels to dry your feet in case they get wet. Oh yes, and careful if you wear a skirt, ladies. Because the middle portions, they'll show off your knickers. Cameramen enter the venue barefoot and empty-handed. Get a lot of overseas visitors here. Yep, everyone's barefoot. No shoes, no socks. They do have a large luggage storage area, so if you've got some oversized items, they can accommodate you. They divide the area into two. You've got the water area and the garden. So we're going to start with the water area. You just follow the blue light and head towards the water zone. Just the right amount of cold. It feels good, especially in those warmer months. And of course the sound is quite soothing too. Once you reach the top of the hill, come to a corner where you can borrow free towels. Dry your feet, then pop them in the return hamper. Then this area is known as the soft black hole. Your body is space, and space is someone else's body. Whatever that means. Your feet will sink. It'll be difficult to move forward. It's almost like stepping on a really super plush mattress and bedding. This work shows how people's bodies and the space influence each other, making us keenly aware of our bodies, which is something that's rather easy to forget. The text is written in English, Chinese, Korean, and Japanese. So quadrilingual access here. Heading down the magenta hall to this. As Dave Bowman once said, "My God, it's full of stars." This is the infinite crystal universe. And indeed, it does look like it's full of stars. It's an interactive artwork depicting a cosmic space created by a collection of light points stretching infinitely in all directions. It looks like it's made out of fiber optics and LEDs. And all the colors and sounds change up in a variety of ways. It's beautiful, really. It's like being in the Phantom Zone, only it's less haunting and less of a hellscape. Select icons called components of the universe and then project them onto the artwork. You can actually create a special personalized space just for that moment. It's brilliant. Head down the red corridor. And more water. Sort of looks like it's wading through puddles or something. Ugh, the water's cloudy. Oh. There's fish. Or a projection of fish. It's carp. And they're everywhere. It's almost like you walked into a giant koi pond. This is drawing on the water surface created by carp dancing together with people. Colourful carp swim about the surface of the water, and when they come into contact with people, they transform into flowers and scatter. That's weird. That is weird. The flowers that are changing are currently sunflowers, a summer flower, and the types of flowers, they change with the seasons. It's got sparkling streaks of light that hang from above. And it's real water too. Look at that. I've got this grandiose background music that plays throughout the space. Really draws the viewer into the world of the artwork. Yes, very enchanting. There's always a place, though, you can dry your feet with a towel after you've walked through one of the wetter pieces of work. This place is highly regarded, not just in Japan, but, I mean, it's famous overseas. This was selected by Google as one of the top 5 most popular art galleries and museums in the world. So world famous, they print explanations of the work in 4 languages. The top 3 are all famous museums. The Louvre in first place, the British Museum of London second place, and the Musée d'Orsay in third. And toss away the towel. And then we head down the corridor. A room full of huge spheres. Transforming space, expanding 3-dimensional presence, 3 flattening colors, and 9 ambiguous colors. A very mysterious space where the tone changes and the colors spread when the spheres begin to collide. Sort of reminds you of childhood, playing with beach balls and the like. Floating in the falling universe of flowers. So this next piece, you have to view it by sitting in the center of the artwork space. Oh my. Got everyone laying about here. Sit in the center of this dome-shaped space. It's like a planetarium. You look up and you see flowers and flower petals everywhere. Last piece in the water area is floating in the falling universe of flowers. Images of seasonal flowers changing in real time, so you never see the same moment twice. We're back at the lockers. Grab your things before you head to the garden area. The first half of the expedition made extensive use of water, LEDs, monitors, projectors. It's all very hygienic, very clean. Next up is the outdoor area where you put on your shoes or wear sandals provided. garden area opened in July 2021. And I believe they derived a lot of their inspiration from the installment they had in Osaka. This is quite otherworldly. Resonating microcosmic moss garden, solidified colors of light. It's like a landscape of an alien world, something out of science fiction. Touch these with your hands and it produces this mysterious tone. Yeah, space egg. It's what your imagination would probably envision of a distant alien world. You know, an alien world that's not dangerous and, you know, things aren't trying to kill you. And it's a different experience no matter what time of day you pay a visit. Right now they're looking at this at night time. Daytime is completely different. But even on a rainy day, you can rent an umbrella and still enjoy the exhibit. Last one is a floating flower garden. Immerse yourself and integrate with the flowers. Gaze back into the abyss. Gaze into the abyss of flowers, and the abyss gazes back at you. The viewing is on a rotating basis. Next piece makes use of 13,000 orchids, but you cannot touch them. Certain orchids in this work are capable of living in places without soil. And then the dead flowers are sold in the gift shop. So they don't just toss them away in the rubbish bin, they still make use of them somehow. Beautiful. Orchids just hang like curtains. And the middle surface means you are effectively surrounded on all sides by them. A very interesting little visual trick here. Flower installations hanging from the ceiling are becoming more and more common. Rare to see one of this volume, though. That is a lot of orchids. And as you get closer, the orchids begin to float. You move forward bit by bit. You start to get this feeling like you're in sync with the garden itself. There's a lot of emphasis on the human senses here. Truly a garden where you become one with the flowers. And these orchids Still look very vibrant. That is beautiful. The sort of imagery that high-definition 4K cameras were made for. And as much as we would like to stay longer, you do have to sort of rotate out and take turns. There's only so much room for people. But with all of that done and dusted, we start to make our exit. Close to the flames in the artwork. Flames start to light up your smartphone as well, especially if you have the museum's app installed. That's cool. Take home a little piece of the creation with you. And then you bring it close to someone else's smartphone. Flame will start to light up in the same way. You can even connect the flames. That's pretty cool. Quite the extraordinary art experience, and you won't find it anywhere else. Definitely worth a visit. Anyway, we arrive at Agashi Ginza Station, nearest station to the hotel that we'll be staying at tonight. Just go out exit 6, and it's a short stroll from there. Also accessible from the Tsukiji Market Station on the Uedo line. Charming sign. Very nostalgic atmosphere hanging over the Toho Theatre. It's now been converted into a movie theatre or cinema. Tsukiji River once flowed through this area. And now it's been filled in and an expressway runs through it. The river itself has been diverted underground. And here's our hotel. The Hotel Vista Tokyo Tsukiji. Very modern looking. And just a 3-minute walk from the Tsukiji Outer Market. That's the big famous fish market they have there. And an excellent spot to enjoy gourmet food. Our stay is about 12,000 yen for the night, or about $81 and change US, or about £64. That's for a single room that includes breakfast. Very reasonable. It's actually part of a chain with locations all across the country. At the entrance, you're greeted by warm lamps and a Japanese-style modern interior decor. quite stylish. Check in immediately using one of these automated terminals. Now there's a good spot to have a drink. Very elegant. There's also an amenity bar next to the lift. Shaving cream, beauty sets, cotton swabs. Rubber bands, safety razors. Body towels, combs, toothbrushes, all the usual things you come to expect. You know, in case you forget your toothbrush or something like that. Right, now that we've got what we needed, let's summon the lift. Rooms are located floors 2 to 13. There's also a restaurant on the second floor where breakfast is served. There's also coin laundry and vending machines available. Ah, here we are, the Vista Cafe. On the opposite sides of the room, you have vending machines, coin laundry, toilets, and a smoking area. Also a door in front of the guest room corridor, which only guests can enter with a card key. For obvious reasons, of course. And today we are staying in room 205. Right, pop the card in the slot. That turns on the electrics. Very simple but very stylish room. Nightstand's a bit lacking, though. Not really put much there. Desk feels like you're in some sort of executive-style office. They give you a complimentary bottle of mineral water. I like the analog clock there, that's nice. Ah, there's a citizen. Very comfortable-looking chair. Ergonomic desk. Furniture is made by Karimoku Furniture. It's a long-established furniture maker founded back in 1940. Let's see, mugs, glasses, lockable safe. Ah, mini fridge. Pulls out drawer style rather than a swing door. Good quality electric kettle. Panasonic branded hair dryer. Extensive use of white creates a bright atmosphere in the room without it feeling too heavy. Over in the corner, near the window, is your closet. Got brushes and large shoehorn, deodorizing spray, high quality hangers, and a pair of slippers with tabby socks. Rather compact, looks like a deluxe twin size bed. Looks comfy enough. One-piece pajamas. Strictly Japanese size on those. Pillows are adequate. We've got light controls, a USB port, dimmer switch, power outlet. Next is our unit bath. Definitely compact, but everything you need, nothing you don't. And the toilet is, of course, Toto washlet. That is a tiny little sink. Bathtub looks deep enough, though. Nice accent walls. Lavender scented shampoo and conditioner. Almond scented body soap. So you'll be clean and smelling good. One of the joys of staying at a hotel is the breakfast. And thankfully this time, the breakfast venue is close to the room. Good night. And good morning. Before heading to the breakfast area, we checked the television screen to see how busy it is. Mercifully, it was empty. The telly has a mirroring function too, so you can watch YouTube and other content on a big screen. That's always nice to have. Especially in this day and age where most people prefer that sort of thing. Oh, right. You can check out the laundromat and some of the other things here. Though maybe not the smoking room. We've also got microwaves on this floor. Vending machines, ice machines. Two Sharp branded washing and drying machines. Sort of an all-in-one unit. Now full automatic from washing to drying. And then here we have the Vista Cafe where breakfast is served. Literally right next to our room. Nice view though. We've got seats facing the windows. Very open, very bright sort of space. Almost reminds me of a Denny's that I ate at one time. Tables and chairs in this restaurant, also made by Karimoku. Let's start with our breakfast salad, made with organic veggies and other ingredients good for the body. Concept of this breakfast is a Japanese and Western buffet to enjoy tsukiji. Let's have some soup too while we're at it. Cameraman's in a sesame dressing sort of mood today. An egg salad sandwich. Also have dishes unique to Japanese cuisine, such as okra and morakeya salad. Then there's the tsukiji specialty of stewed offal. This buffet uses a wide variety of ingredients sourced directly from the Tsukiji outer market. I mean, it makes sense. It's there, isn't it? And then for those who aren't fond of Japanese food for breakfast, there's also kwaso. Kwaso! Made from wheat dough, shaped and imported directly from France. Then there's your breakfast bowl of ramen. Oh, and they also have scrambled eggs if you want that. Quite the variety for breakfast this morning. That's a really hearty bowl of ramen. Yogurt looks good too. So does the fruit. Anyways, let's eat. We're going to do the time-lapse montage thing. Is that what we're doing? Yeah, we're gonna need a montage, montage. Even Rocky had a montage, montage. We're gonna need a montage, a breakfast montage. Overall, a very comfortable, pleasant hotel to stay at. Excellent access to the Tsukiji outer market. Just a short walk from Higashi Ginza station. You can also catch a kabuki performance at the Kabukiza Theatre. There's English commentary available, so you can still enjoy traditional performing arts. Bit of a rainy day, trying to grab the umbrella. We'll give that a like. And there we go. Drop the link in chat for everyone. Okay. Went nearly 7 hours, chat. I think that's enough content for today. I'm going to keep the entire YouTube channel supplied with content for probably the next few months after Action gets done with all this. So, on this note, I think this is a good time to find people to raid on both Twitch and Kick. Let's see who's streaming right now that we can go raid into. Let's see. Mute the browser audio while we look for people. I think, yeah. Okay, I see one person we can go raid over on Twitch, Nikaishi. Let's see who else is streaming at the moment. Why don't we go... We'll go raid Nikaishi over on Twitch. Actually, no, we're not, because their settings don't allow me to raid them. Damn it. Nikaishi, if you ever catch the last bit of this, change your settings. I want to raid you, man. Right, let's find someone else to raid then. Let's see who else is streaming right now that we can... You know what, we'll keep it easy on the Twitch side, and we will go We'll go raid Razorwind. Currently collabing on Escape from Tarkov with Grizz and Jamez and Admiral Baldbeard. There's a new one. And then, on the kick side of things, we are going to raid Gregorian Gangster. So let's do that. But first, there's copy pasta for everybody on Twitch. There's copy pasta for everyone on Kick. Is it going to let me? There we go. All right, Kick, take care of yourself. All the best and God bless to you. All right, excellent. Okay. Now that we've got that taken care of, let's go raid Razorwind VT. There we go. Go raid on the Twitch side of things. Alright. Everybody, take care. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.